We're going to convene our meeting of September the 5th, 2023. This is a Palo Alto City Council meeting. And Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Burt? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Mayor Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
The record for present.
So I think I just want to say that we're calling this meeting in honor of National Wildlife Day and Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And with that, we'll go to our special orders of the day, which is interviews for the Architectural Review Board. And I'll hand it to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Please note that our 6 p.m. Interviewee had an emergency, so he or she is unable to make it tonight, and we have postponed his interview to a future date. So our first applicant is Sam Zucker.
Good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm Sam, and I am possibly your only applicant who's neither an architect nor a designer. I'm not an engineer. I don't have a scientific or technical background. And I believe the 5 current members of the ARB are all architects. So why am I here? Well, the ARB only has to have at least 3 members who are architects, and I think that's by design in order to bring in other perspectives to the ARB, which can be valuable. I think I can bring that type of perspective that could be useful as a supplement to the architectural expertise, which is so essential for the ARB. I'm a corporate lawyer. I've been a corporate lawyer for over 25 years. If I'm feeling dramatic, I'll say a quarter of a century. And that job entails project management of everything small and large, seeing the forest for the trees, but also seeing the leaves on the trees, venture financings, IPOs, mergers and acquisitions, corporate governance, special projects. And it requires bringing people together in order to enable a positive and constructive conversation where people can outline their objectives, outline their goals, outline what they need and want in sometimes competing interests and navigating those interests in order to get a good solution for everybody. So that's what I do for a living. It's not in housing, it's not in architecture. But I think those skills are very useful. The second element of that job that I think is useful is that I have to navigate complex regulatory regimes, complex rules-based regimes, and apply them in a way that's both fair, honors the spirit of those rules, but also honors the letter. And I think that skill set, again, is very useful for the ARB. The ARB has a very difficult challenge. It has to manage community concerns and interests relating not only to function and aesthetics, but also cost. And function, aesthetics, and costs often are in tension with one another. And so I think an additional perspective in helping understand those concerns and interests can be really helpful in fleshing out valuable insights into a project, revising projects, and providing input that really assists the community. And finally, 2 other reasons, I also have a longstanding interest in housing and community development. Before I was a lawyer a quarter century ago, I was an urban housing specialist in New York City and Brooklyn in a very difficult time in New York history. Different set of challenges than we have here in Palo Alto. We're very lucky not to have most of those challenges or many of them, but nonetheless, it was a really good experience in kind of understanding housing issues and the disparate concerns that arise. And I've also published on housing topics as well. Finally, I've been a homeowner here in Palo Alto since 2006. We live in a beautiful community, and the community has been wonderful to me, and I would love to give back and assist the community as well.
Thank you, Mr. Zucker. We'll open it for questions from the council members. So if there's any questions, please light up. Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Yes, I did note that you had that years of experience in New York in kind of urban planning. And then I don't see any other evidence of that, but you say you still have had long interest in planning and design. Anything more specific or in the interim that you've done?
Yes, I've also published an article in Urban Lawyer on eviction without cause and in setting up an insurance regime to handle the problem of longstanding tenants who get evicted and lose their housing.
Councilmember Lifgott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hello, Mr. Zucker. Thank you for applying. You do have some fellow members of the bar up here, current or former, not quite sure. I'm an inactive member, but I have a lot of respect for the trajectory. And I also think that as an outsider, in the sense that you're not an architect or a designer, you nevertheless bring a skill set around approaching conflict, approaching disagreement in a way that is ultimately constructive. Could you give us a sense of how you would approach a situation where you're trying to get to some kind of yes or some kind of no in a way that is amenable rather than disagreeable? What is your approach to dealing with conflict with humans?
Sure. I think the first ingredient of successfully navigating a conflict that is understanding what people want. So what's the proposed project, really understanding what it is that is intended, what are the interests they're trying to accommodate, and also trying to understand what they're not trying to do, right? There's always a negative side to, there's a positive side, and there's a negative side, but understanding the whole picture requires both. And then understanding what the objections or the concerns are, and really getting people to flesh that out. I mean, I do think the existing ARB has done a good job of having community discussion, and then they'll propose some modifications, and then the architects will come back with a modified plan, and then there's a pretty fulsome discussion about, what's working and what the ARB has been concerned about. I mean, I think the committee does a very good job of that, but that's a process of listening. Above all, it's probably a process of listening, and then think if people are concerned about something, address that concern head on, right? What is it they're worried about?
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Mr. Zucker. Thank you for applying. You spoke briefly about the skills of being an attorney and how that complements this position. I'm curious, can you speak more to, we have several applicants who are architects as well as incumbents. Your skills as an attorney, how does that make you a better fit than those who have that education and experience in actual architecture?
You have 5 architects currently. I think there's no absence of architectural expertise in the ARB, but the community is concerned about a host of issues arising from architecture and design, not only purely architectural and design issues. And sometimes an outsider's perspective can be useful for that. I would add that as part of my job, I'm dealing with technical people all the time who have expertise I don't have. So my client base is primarily biotech and tech. So I'm dealing with PhDs in biology, chemistry, advanced engineering, and I don't speak their language, but I'm very good at helping them get to a solution. If they were just talking with each other, it would be harder in many cases for them to do that. And that's why they reach to an outsider as a lawyer who's not a domain expert in their domain expertise, but who is expert in getting people to communicate better.
Mr. Zucker, you mentioned that in your application, you mentioned the Fire Station 4. What aspects of the architecture did you like about it?
Well, so, on Middlefield Road, it's such a visible, it's so visible for everyone. I've driven by that hundreds of times, probably we all have. I would say that, the new design is designed to be, there was a lot of feedback and they kept revising, which I thought was good because it's such an important structure. It required a lot of attention. I think the backside, they had decided initially, well, this is kind of boring, isn't as exciting as the front side. Let's make the whole structure visually appealing because this is a very important structure that really everyone in Palo Alto sees. And so they increased the visual variety on the back, which I think was very helpful. But not in a way that I think, or it didn't seem to me like it would unduly delay the project or cause a huge amount of cost increase.
Thank you. So you have a little bit more time for a closing if you like. Or would you prefer to take more questions?
I'm happy to take any more questions. I've talked a lot, so I was talking about listening, so I can listen.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much for your application. I don't see any other lights light up, but thank you for applying and have a good afternoon.
Thank you for considering me. I really appreciate it.
Our next applicant is Mausam Adcock.
Thank you. I come in a very short package. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for considering my application. My name is Mausam Adcock. My name is Mausam Adcock. I am an architect, unlike Sam. Yes, like the 5 other members of the current ARB, I am an architect. I am a principal and a partner at CAW Architects here in Palo Alto. And I've been working in the field for close to 20 years, have not quite hit 25 years, but I'm getting there. And my architecture education is from Ohio State University, but I've been practicing in this area for about 12 years now. And a little bit about what I do right now. I am as part of our firm, which is very much like community and public-based. I've done many projects here at very near here at Stanford University, UC Santa Cruz, UC Berkeley. So a lot of my work is very much, as part of community fabric, and that's what ARB's charge is, to discuss projects and give positive, constructive feedback to all the applicants. And at least I feel that I can make a positive impact to the ARB with my if you select me. More of my background, I actually come from a family of architects. My parents are architects, my brother and sister. So both narrow and wide. I've had a long history of working in and learning in the field from the time I was a baby, but practicing here in the Bay Area is very different from where I come from, which is Kathmandu, Nepal, where my parents practice. My mother was the first female architect of the country. Very proud of her for that. But here in the Bay Area, my practice has very much been in the community work, and I'm excited to be part of the ARB and influence the community around here.
Thank you and nice to meet you. So we're going to have some questions for you
Absolutely.
from our council members. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Adcock, for applying. We appreciate it. I noted in your application, you said the design community must make impactful improvements in the way we design and build that responds to global warming.
Mhm.
The ARB is a catalyst that can help reduce the built environment's greenhouse gas emissions. The field has changed a lot in the 25 years you've been in it. Can you speak specifically to these issues of global warming and the way that design, build, construction, and architecture must and can respond to those challenges?
Yeah, absolutely can respond to the challenges, especially in current world and current technology. It is possible to build net zero. It is possible to have as minimal impact as possible of our architecture. And we need housing, we need the buildings. It's doing nothing is not an option, but what we do must make as light touch as possible on the planet. And how we do this, it's really by choice of whether it's site-specific materials, and really the biggest impact is a choice of energy and equipment. That's, a lot of my work with how we work with mechanical, electrical engineers, is to make those right choices that still, ultimately it all comes to money. So, what's the most financially feasible for the client, but still make the right choices. Because, a lot of my work, like I was mentioning, that are, campus environments based, they're buildings that last 50+ years. So putting a gas line to a building now is a greenhouse emission impact for the next 50 years. So we need to help our clients. A lot of jurisdictions are also helping in that matter by, banning or reducing the use of greenhouse gas emitting energy sources. But as architects, we need to educate ourselves and our clients in making the right choices. And so as, from the other side, obviously I've been in many design review boards where I'm on the design side, not the review side, but what the reviewers can do is help the architects make the positive impact by steering the design with making the right choices.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames asked my question. So nice, no, that's okay. I'm going to try to go a little deeper on it. Are you familiar with the city's sustainability and climate action plan?
Yes, to an extent. I want to clarify that a lot of my personal work has not been within the city of Palo Alto jurisdictions. It's, Stanford is its own city, and other school districts as well. But I am familiar to an extent, but not like down to all of the weeds of it.
No worries. I'm wondering if you can maybe speak a little more in depth then to how you envision the ARB can help the city achieve that goal, our 80 by 30 goal, and other sustainability plans that we have.
I think, because a lot of the projects that comes in front of the ARB are like medium to large scale, whether they're housing or historically significant projects. As part of the ARB, from the reviewer side, what the ARB can impact is by steering. The architects who come in front should come with the knowledge, right, and with the right choices. But with what the ARB can do in making the impact is really about steering the design in a way that makes those more sustainable choices. I don't think the ARB can say, don't use this, you have to use this, right? That's not the job of the ARB. The job of the ARB is to steer the projects.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to comment on your comments on the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo, which you guys did. I had some interface with that when I was on the Parks Commission. And you correctly stated it was a very close collaboration between a lot of parties, which it had to be,
Yes.
Because it was somewhat controversial. Maybe that was behind the scenes, but the fundamental issue for the Parks Commission was it's now taking parkland to put up buildings. So my question is a process one for you. When you're in the midst of this on the ARB, how would you help adjudicate all of the positions, taking up parkland, scaling it back, putting some programs elsewhere, going pedal to the metal and saying, if we want to be the great museum, we need even more parkland. So it's sort of a process question, whatever your opinion might be on it.
I think, I am slightly biased on the Junior Museum and Zoo since that was our office's project and it is lovely. So set that aside. But it is all about like cost benefit and overall benefit, not so much cost, but benefit question, right? In particular case of Junior Museum and Zoo, because there used to be I understand it was park property before as well. There was a smaller zoo in its location. And it is really such a community resource. My kids went there when they were little, and now they're teenagers and still enjoy the place. So it is, yes, it's on park property, but it is a resource that is so close to neighborhoods. Children can go there and get like hands-on, education that you can't get in like large zoos or, other similar but larger facilities. So I feel like it was the right place for it. And it's a huge resource for the Palo Alto area.
Councilmember Lifter-Haynes?
Yes, thank you. Just a brief follow-on. I had a similar question about the JMZ, given that that is, I think, your one Palo Alto project, but you've worked in so many other jurisdictions, municipalities, schools. Can you just give us a sense of how you think Palo Alto is different from or similar to jurisdictions that you've worked with?
I think there's several, well, it's hard to compare one to the other. Palo Alto, as I would say, like compared to other, say, small cities in this up and down the Bay Area, does work very similarly with a very strong design review impact to what gets built in the city. It's a little different from, like a lot of K through 12 school projects I work on, where there's not a strong like design review per se, because every school district has different inputs, and then you get your permit through DSA, who is a whole other entity, right? So I feel like in cities like Palo Alto, it's kind of a streamlined process of going through the architecture review board, and then the building review, building permits is there. I feel like there's more continuity between the various stages versus going through a design review or design discussion with a school district and then going to a whole different entity to get a permit. That is quite different, but it is different from the school district kind of entity, but very similar to other cities.
Thank you, Ms. Adhoc. And thank you for applying also.
No problem. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Our next applicant is Alex Liu.
Hello, Mr. Liu.
Hi, it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I haven't met all of you before, but it's a pleasure to be here. And for those of you who haven't met before, I grew up in Palo Alto. My family's been here for 55 years. We have 3 generations in Palo Alto. And I consider home. I live in Mountain View though, but I do own property in Palo Alto. So I think I'll just open it up for questions. Generally, my work experience is about housing. It's very important to me. I have studied the history of Palo Alto and Stanford. I've worked with the Stanford University Architect and Planning Director's Office in the past. And I served on the ARB for 4.5 terms. I've always told the council in the past that I think that the board should have a mix of new and old people. If you find a good new person, by all means. I only applied just because it was a very short term for 6 months, and I didn't really think that many people would apply. But I was surprised at the applications that you received.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Well, our clerk's office is quite vigilant.
You're very good. Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And Alex, thank you for all of your years of service, which were not just years, they were, I think, a very positive contribution to the ARB over that period of time. And I wondered if you would just speak to the way that kind of your approach to reconciling different competing interests in the community, which I think you and your colleagues really move the ARB in that direction of somehow managing to reconcile some competing interests in a positive way. So what's your kind of philosophy on that, or examples, or anything
Sure.
along those lines?
Well, I would say, first of all, I try to be neutral, so don't try to belong to different partisan groups. So that way it's like more quasi-judicial body. And my take on it is always what is in the comp plan, and then how I interpret the zoning to apply to that particular situation. And I always try to explain to both sides that that's an interpretation that me or the board is coming up with. And it's only a recommendation, right? The planning director or the council will make the final decision. And then I always try to explain the appeals process. So there's an understanding of how a particular issue is going to go through the city. And I think that helps. And generally in Palo Alto, what I found is that the people are very smart. And so they understand that. And they understand how the system is supposed to work. And I've only had to use the gavel once for a particularly delicate situation. So thanks.
Mr. Liu, you mentioned that you selected the building, the Avery building over at Columbia University as a human scale design. Can you give us a little bit more your thoughts about this building? It seems very interesting.
Well, okay, so that's the architecture school at Columbia, and it is, so like Stanford, if you think of like the Stanford quadrangle, it's actually an inner quadrangle and an outer quadrangle. And then I picked that one because it's actually the only building at Columbia of the inner quadrangle that was built. They built all the outer ones, but they only built one inner building. But I know that height is an issue. It's a very touchy subject in Palo Alto. I understand that. But I just wanted to show that picture to you because that's an 8-story building. It looks like a 3-story building. And a really good master plan and a really good designer, architect that's sensitive to that can hide floors in a building. And they can work with the design to make it human scale to the human body. And that really, at the end of the day, that means dimensions. And I think that a lot of like non-architects don't quite understand that architects work with dimensions all the time, like all day long in front of the computer. It's always, what size is this? What is the right size for this? And that that's not necessarily taught in books. That's stuff that you pick up over a lifetime on working on projects.
I thought this was a really great example to show, where you can have the scale can be less, but hidden, like you said.
Yes.
Can I just one more is, when you're looking at a building that is tall, and if it's all the way up to the street, sometimes it tends to be very imposing. And so what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, there's a really good book, which I didn't mention the application, but he's a good urban designer, Jan Gell, and I think he's Danish. There's a whole series of books. But he argues that if you design the building to a pedestrian walking at 3 miles an hour on the sidewalk, that will take care of, if you're paying attention to that you will actually end up with a human scale building. And so that applies more to the ground level than it does to the top. And I would just give you like an example is like an automobile scaled building would have like long horizontal windows, all identical. If you're a pedestrian and you're walking 400 feet at 3 miles an hour, that's really boring. There's no interest. And so that the windows actually have to be vertical and closely spaced, and they actually have to vary. And that at 3 miles an hour, you're looking around and seeing something different every 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, and so he has whole books on that. That's just one example, but that's the way that I would argue that all cities should be designed, because that actually it solves quite a number of problems.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your service to the city. It's extensive, and it's wonderful to see you applying to fill this, the remainder of this term in this particular seat. I'm intrigued by your work with the micro studio apartments in Escondido Village at Stanford, your interest in affordable housing, and that HUD project you did in Seattle, and the Congress of New Urbanism. I'm wondering if there's some kind of linkage between all three of those things, or if there's not, I'm interested in your views on how we really achieve in this climate, in this century, greater density, micro environments for humans that are still human scale and habitable and beautiful and sustainable. I'd love to hear something about your philosophy in that direction.
Sure. So it's all tied together. So after working at Stanford, I actually was able to get a job with Dan Solomon, who is one of the founders of the Congress of New Urbanism. Congress of New Urbanism was able to get their standards into HUD. And so those were applied through the HUD Hope 6 program, which redeveloped things like military bases into mixed income multimodal housing developments. So so those are all tied together, Stanford and HUD. There's a thread that goes through there. I would say with both of those, well, with the Stanford project, it's sort of like a one-size-fits-all studio apartments, but it was those were required under Joe Simidian's work with the GUP. And although it was one size fits all, that was a housing type that's not available in the private market or anywhere else on campus. So it was actually more of a choice there for the grad student apartments. And they're like 325 square feet there, and they're designed like an L-shaped unit. With all of the new urbanist and all the HUD projects, there's a concerted effort to build what the private market doesn't build, which is like flats for seniors, also 4-bedroom units for large families, and recognizing that really the private market builds 1- and 2-bedroom units, right? And they don't really build anything else. So there's definitely a concerted effort to build more types, and it's hard because it makes it's harder to build because there are more plans that you have to do. You can't do cookie cutter. So I don't know if I hope that answers your question. Great, thanks.
Well, perfect timing. But
Okay.
I just want to say thank you so much for reapplying and all the years that you have served.
Great, thank you guys.
Our next candidate is Stephen Sun.
Good evening, everyone. I prepared a statement, so I'm going to just read it first. Dear council members, my name is Stephen Sun. I studied at Carnegie Mellon, SciArc, and Harvard Graduate School of Design, and been stamping my drawings for the past 4 years. Architecture is the most primal form of technology. We bake into buildings our values, inspirations, and aspirations for humanity to inherit and learn from. It is my civic imperative to help guide such development to ensure built spaces are environmentally restorative, intellectually stimulating, while enhancing the beauty of the city we all serve. Good policy promotes the affect, effect, and impact of good design. That is worth scaling. That is worth our time. And so here I am presenting myself and would love to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Sun. And I will ask the council members if you have any questions, please hit your lights. If not, I'll just start with a question on, you mentioned basic instinct, in terms of the architectural designs. So that is one person's designs, what they like, how do you incorporate what the community would like to see and prefer into your designs?
Me personally as a designer?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think all design really begins by really engaging, listening, and there are a variety of techniques of doing so, whether through surveys, through direct engagement. And in the past, one of the projects I'm most fond of was designing a school in Haiti. And what we did was we spent 4 months out there just talking to every single constituent. It was a lot of creative brainstorming. It was a lot of bottom-up emergent design policies. And ultimately, what was gathered was something that didn't need to be really voted on because everyone had already had a say and was bought into the whole process of design. And I think that process, beyond just school design, can be applied to all sorts of building typologies, housing, libraries, museums, and even real estate developers. Won't go into that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Sun, thank you for applying. I appreciated your opening statement there. One question from your app, you stated you're interested in serving on this board to balance the threatening influence of AEC/real estate tech on the urban fabric.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I think as an architect, we look at buildings in terms of their age. The older the buildings, the more they have to offer us in terms of lessons learned from the past. Having been in the venture capital tech startup world myself and seeing how capitalism has influenced the way designs of homes and of buildings are, that process is a bit alarming in the sense that buildings have become instrumentalized for profit as opposed for people. And so tech softwares that essentially speed up this development of design may not necessarily be the best thing for a community. It may be very good for generating quick results and quick solutions, but for the long-term, let's say, longevity of an urban fabric like a city, that I think is ultimately what drove me to apply.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I think that might have explained my next question, which was where you talked about you want to facilitate the negotiations between private equity-driven design and human-centered spaces.
Yes.
Is that basically the same answer?
Well, I think it's beyond that, right? I think buildings, especially in real estate development, it requires capital, but then how you deploy that capital to make long-lasting, healthy spaces, in addition to getting a very good return on the investment, is what's important. It's not just designing buildings for me. It's not just maximizing profits within the lifespan. The lifespan of a building lasts for centuries. And I think that's what we should all strive to design for.
Okay, and then later in the application, you noted that you built something using tech that you developed. So you're not opposed to using tech to facilitate development.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
explain what you did instead.
yeah, I mean, this is my own startup that failed miserably, as a typical founder story goes. It was a website that allowed any resident to essentially optimize their land for the highest and best use. And that was really taking advantage of the ADUs laws that have been passed, where you enter an address, you can automatically understand how much more you can build, how many more occupants you can fit on that land. And we designed multiple homes across the Bay Area doing that. One of them in Palo Alto, actually. And I think the outcome of that was it was a great enabler, but I have to critique myself in the sense that there needed to be more design input and design control as opposed to mass development.
Okay, I just want to close on saying you had a very busy 2011.
2011.
You
I-
list 2 bachelor's degrees from 2 different institutions in architecture in 2011, so.
That might have been a typo. No, I only graduated from one. I left Carnegie Mellon in 2008 to finish my bachelor's
Okay.
at SciArc.
I'm glad we fact checked that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your application.
Councilmember Lifeguard Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for applying. We appreciate you. So you're an architect who's had the opportunity to design a home remodel, or was it
It was a brand new home.
brand new home?
Yeah, brand new home. We did do many remodels. I prefer not to do another kitchen remodel. But yeah, it was the whole gamut. Yeah.
The whole gamut. It was a brand new home on, was it Colorado? Yeah, 916 Colorado. So
Yeah.
I did a little Google search, and the image that Google has in there is a home under construction. So has this home been completed?
It is in process of completion, not
Okay.
yet. Yeah.
And I'm wondering what your experience has been as an architect working with our city. Would love your feedback on the process, any impressions you have.
The city was quite helpful, to be honest. All the conversations was never a waste of time. They were always, I think one was the most impressive things was we requested additional subject matter expertise, and I forget the person helping us, they just brought in 2 extra people within the 1 hour allocated Microsoft Teams meeting, and beats San Diego for sure.
You have a little bit time left. Would you like to close and provide a closing for us?
Nope, but just thank you all for your time. This is a very, very lovely to be here.
Well, thank you so much
Thank you.
for applying.
Our last applicant for this evening is John Coons.
So thank you all for this opportunity, and I'm awed with the work of my predecessors, and I'm honored to be here. So I am relatively recently emeritus from Stanford from the civil engineering program. And one of the things that I said to hundreds of students and hundreds of guests who came through our Stanford programs was that civil engineering creates the fixed physical wealth of society. That's a big deal. So this microphone is wealth. You have water on your desks, that's wealth. But if it's so big, we can't move it. Architecture and civil engineering built that. So on the one hand, it's really cool. But on the other hand, it poses the question of why do we want to build it? Why do we want to build it? And to me, the answer is just really clear in general, which is value for society. So for sure, there has to be value for the builder. You have to get your return on your investment. But we heard earlier about the pedestrian walking in front of the project. Almost inevitably, there's a car driving in front of the project. There are visitors to the project. There's the neighbors who live nearby and love or hate, or hopefully love and not hate, the project. There's the broader community. There's the extended community that looks at the broader community and what's the value across that community. And that's really, I think, a fundamental question for the Architectural Review Board, which is for whom are we looking to provide value, and how much value are we providing with this project? So a couple of things. In my Stanford days, I was the first one to teach the use of 3D modeling. So the architect, I can tell a story. I was at some conference with like 6,000 people. And I said that the work that's emerging is the biggest change in a generation. Does everybody agree? And so some guy immediately raises his hand and says, the way we architects work is with drawings. And you can look at drawings on papyrus of the pyramids from thousands of years ago. We haven't really changed much. And the 3D modeling, which I taught to undergrads in initially in a 2-hour lab session, and then over a period of a quarter. It completely changes the way in which the designer, the client, and the community can evaluate a project. And I am a huge advocate, and I have had a number of consulting opportunities to, I guess, give evidence that there's something to this. And creating 3D models and then using or sharing them with the client, with professional architects and builders, and with the city, and also with neighbors. And so I think I told this story about some students who I got them involved in the high-speed rail. And so how are we going to build high-speed rail in Palo Alto? And so one option is to put it up 30 feet in the air on a big concrete deck. Another option is to have it going very high speed down the current right-of-way in front of Gunn and Palo Alto high schools. And then a third option is to put it underground. And the students said, well, I said, how much does that cost? And they talked to some people and said, for the 4.1 miles of the length of the rail in Palo Alto, a couple $2 billion. Okay, so how much building do we have to do to get a couple $2 billion of land rights? Well, not a lot, but several really tall buildings. So this is back pre-COVID when there was value in tall buildings. So what the students did was built a 3D model, and then you could look at it from underneath it. You could look at it from up at on Skyline or from Foothills Park. You could look at it walking along, and they took it to a coffee shop. And they asked 100 people, what do you think? Well, of the three, 1 to 3, which do you prefer? And honestly, to my surprise, by far the most preferable one was the undergrounding with the high rises. The point is not that that's the thing we should do, but rather the process of creating the 3D models and showing them to lots of people and getting the comments that's what I advocate. That's what I think I could facilitate. I have seen through scores of, I guess, groups that I have worked with in professional training that real people can actually build these 3D models, and they can even evaluate them and review them across a broad stakeholder community and get enormous value from that process. So I've sort of gone on and on. I live in Palo Alto in Triple L. We have a single-story overlay. I just love it. I moved there in 1983 when my kids were little. They're now adults and have their own kids. I ride my bike. Some of you may remember my advocating bike access. I ride my bike a lot, all over Palo Alto and really all over the region, and then more broadly in the American West. I have lived all over. There was discussion about taller buildings and how do you make them humane? Well, I lived in a roughly 12-story building in Santiago, and I loved it. And one of the reasons why it worked so well is that it was tall, but there were trees on all four sides. On all four sides. So when you walked by, you saw the trees. We were, my wife and I were, I don't know, 6 minutes, 7 minutes from the metro station and the coffee shop. We sat in our little patio, which was slightly bigger than this table, but not much, and would have a glass of wine in their lovely climate, which is more or less that of Los Angeles. And we looked out into trees. It was just wonderful. So what's the value to society of that? There was us as a small family. There was, I don't know, 100 people who lived in the building, whatever, something like that. But the community was just a wonderful place to live. And so the value to society was for one individual client, whoever it is who owned the building, I have no idea. But then the neighbors, the other patrons of the metro, because there was the metro stop, and there's so many people who lived there that the metro stopped often. So the value to society was just wonderful in this particular architectural design. And could we do that in Palo Alto? Well, yesterday, absolutely not. Tomorrow, maybe, we'll see. So I would love to take questions.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you for applying. I really found your story about the coffee shop, taking underground and Caltrain really interesting, because actually that was what I was proposing. And if I get a chance, I'd love to see what you did for that in terms of what was rendered. In your application, you mentioned that you had some thoughts about design of El Camino, the Caltrain stations. I was wondering, what did you have in mind?
These days I have grandkids, and I personally talked with my dental hygienist, and I said, we talked for a while, and I said, where do you live? And she lives in Gilroy. Well, I can go to Gilroy once or twice a year to get my teeth cleaned. But my kids, when we lived here, and my grandkids who don't live here, but they live close by, they can't go to Gilroy for their school. So we need to do something to enable some of the critical people of our community to live here and serve us. So that includes at least the school teachers and maybe the dental hygienists, I don't care. I've been active in the community response, emergency response, and distinctly remember the fire chief saying that when he first came here 20 odd years ago, all the members of the department were residents of Palo Alto. Now he's the only one. So he said, you guys should know that if there's a problem, we're not going to help you because we're going to be out all over. That's a problem for us. And so what are we going to do? And we have to get less expensive housing available for at least some of the workers who are critical for our lives. Partially our everyday life, for example, the school kids, and partially our exceptional life, for example, after the next earthquake or the next other fire, other problem. Does that at least?
It does, thank you.
So, Mr. Kunz, your time is up, but I just want to say thank you so much for being a block preparedness coordinator as well as a neighborhood preparedness coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And thank you for applying. This concludes the ARB interviews. And with that, we're going to move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
Mayor, we have no changes to your agenda this evening.
Very good, Mr. City Manager. Then we'll move to public comments on items that are not on the agenda.
Our first speaker is Liz Gardner.
Public comments, because I have two different comments that aren't on the agenda. So do I get 6 minutes, 3 minutes?
3 minutes, please.
I'm sorry, what?
3 minutes, please.
But I have two different items I'd like to address.
Sure.
Okay, so one is a critical one, and I wrote a letter to you guys. And I'd just like to speak about a community item. One is a family of 3, a grandma, a daughter, and a baby are evicted from a Mayfield place of the Mayfield Agreement. They're living in a car on the streets of Palo Alto, and they are still working low-wage jobs, sharing childcare. I wanted to bring up Life Moves. The head of household has been trying to get Life Moves to do something for their family since January. She got behind on rent because of a impoundment of her car, so she chose to get her car out for work over paying rent, and that's how she got behind. The agency is dysfunctional at best, starting with an antiquated phone system that leads nowhere. And this is from personal experience. I have too tried to reach and get help from Life Moves. As an oversight committee sitting here, I would like for Life Moves to do more than what it's doing. You guys are trusting this agency with multi-millions of dollars for a future interim housing when a crisis is on our streets right now with a baby, a grandmother who is disabled, and a young daughter who's 20. So that's the one thing. The second thing I'd like to address is Palo Alto Renters Association. I received a very strange email the other night from Angie Evans, and I think it's the responsibility of Palo Alto Renters Association to let their membership know what they are doing. They have my private information, my address, my name, and they're in chaos or they're waiting for big plans. And I just am very mystified. And it's their responsibility to let their membership know where they're going with this association. Please help the Irene Macias family who are on the streets of Palo Alto right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talia Shope. Talia, we can't hear you. You're breaking up a bit.
Sorry, one second.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shuby. I hope you are doing well. I am a junior at Gunn High School and I am the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. Are experiencing unprecedented climate events and disasters. Wildfires in California. We have recently not safe from the fires themselves. I would also like to call to attention Hurricane Hillary in Southern California and Hurricane Idalia in Florida. While these do not affect us directly, it is partly our responsibility to prevent events.
Can we let Talia know that we're having trouble hearing her?
Talia, your connection or the connection, we can't hear you. It's breaking up. If you wish to submit your comment to the council via email, please do so. Thank you. And that is our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. That concludes public comments, and we're going to move to our next item, which is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Any council member with any questions, comments, or announcements? I don't see any lights, so we will move to our consent calendar. Is there any public comments on our consent calendar?
No hands are raised and no request to speak.
Okay, very good. In that case, we can take a motion to move the consent calendar. I see a light from Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, voting no on 4, 5, 6.
Okay, Councilmember registered a no vote on 4, 5, and 6. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm registering a no vote on number 4, please.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames registering a no vote on 4. And I will take a motion now to move the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. I'll second.
Second.
Councilmember Burt moved, Councilmember Lowing second. It's okay. Council, I like. I already did.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes on 4, 5, and 6?
Sure. Maybe I'll try to also share my screen at the same time here. Let me see if I could do that. Okay, so the first one is on 4, which is the History Museum. And as you guys probably know, I've been very hesitant about this because I think there's a lot of other uses for this. It's costing us a lot of money. And the problem with 4 is that it's costing us even more money. It's also putting this project onto our insurance policy. I think you guys could see my screen. And this is the website, the budget website. What I have highlighted here is the general fund for the planned year, the planned 23, 24. So this shows the general fund expenditures of 246 million. So that's what we're spending is 246. So remember number 246. And then if you go to how much money are we making? Oops. If you go to how much money we're making, it's 237, right? So 237 minus 246 is minus $9 million. And if you look at our citywide, you could do the same thing. It's also not a good situation. So I think we need to hold a line on this project. We voted for a certain amount of money for it, and we should stick to it. We shouldn't keep increasing it. 5, same situation. This is actually a pretty major increase. It's 96,000. So now it's about $500,000. So it's about a 20% increase. So that's a pretty massive increase. And then on 6, so my concern on number 6 is that while myself and others may have donated to this cause, people in our city have, may donate to other things, right? Maybe our school, our local school, or maybe we would donate to a homeless shelter, or maybe we would donate to other things that we care about. And we actually have people at the federal level that decide or help, things between states. But our jurisdiction is the borders of Palo Alto. So I don't believe we should be donating money to other states. I think it should be a personal choice that each person in Palo Alto should make themselves, whether it's their kids' soccer team or a food bank or whatever the cause might be. I know the people in our community are very generous, but to force everyone to do the same donation to another state, to me, doesn't make sense because we have another level of government that does that kind of transfer of funds. So anyways, so that's the reason why I don't support 4, 5, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, would you like to speak to your no vote on 4?
I would. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think with item number 4, my concern is that we do appear to be treating the Palo Alto Museum differently than we treat a typical entity with whom we're in contract. The tenant work letter between the city and the museum required them to require their general contractor, Vance Brown, to obtain builder's risk policy coverage. And yet, under the terms of the construction contract between the museum and Vance Brown, the museum assumed responsibility for providing and maintaining the builder's risk policy, and then is asking us to essentially cover them in that context. And so The staff report makes clear that the city has numerous construction projects in progress at any given time, as we know, and it is the city's policy to ask the contractor to be responsible for builder's risk insurance. So my curiosity is, why are we treating this particular contract between us and the museum, and then the museum and Vance Brown, why are we treating it differently than we typically behave? I found that to be a curiosity and perhaps a concern, and that is why I voted no. I was hoping to be able to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our consent calendar. City manager comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, can I request the city clerk's assistance with a few slides? Terrific. Next slide, please. All right, just wanted to call attention to a few upcoming trail and street closures or impacts that we anticipate in the upcoming week. First off, relates to Alma Street. We understand that Caltrain is doing some work that will affect vehicle lanes on Alma Street during the weekdays during this week between the 5th and the 8th. So want to bring that to community members' attention to plan accordingly, that there may be traffic impacts. Again, this is midday, I believe typically between 9 and 3 p.m., 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. In the area of Meadow and Charleston. We understand that there may be some additional dates and impacts in upcoming weeks, so we'll continue to provide information. Also, I should note that all of this information is on our city homepage under our news articles, so community members can get additional details that we might have available. Also, for those who use our trails, which are very well-used trails, the Pearson Arrastradero Preserve Creek Trail and Arrastradero Lake and Acorn Trail. Only the frequent users will know them by name, but nonetheless, we'll note that those will be closed until mid-October due to some ongoing work and repairs that are needed on those trails. And in the Baylands area, that the Adobe Creek Loop Trail will be impacted and closed due to work that Valley Water is conducting at the Tide Gate. Next slide, please. And that's actually just this week. Also, we've got a number of activities happening in September. So while it might mark the end of summer, it may kick off the start of a series of events, community events that we have scheduled, starting with the Bulwer Park groundbreaking, beginning of construction this week on the 7th. Also upcoming, noted previously in last city manager comments, the sibling cities, both virtual author talk as well as town hall meetings that are upcoming. We've got Friday night at the Arts Center on Boom, Oaxaca. More information on all of these also available on our news articles, Coastal Cleanup, Palo Alto Airport, and our next town hall, which will be on Sunday, September 24th for the neighborhoods of Old Palo Alto, Leland Manor, and Southgate. And then finally, always popular coming back is the Great Glass Pumpkin Patch at the Palo Alto Arts Center. So again, certainly not lacking for things to do on either weekends or other dates throughout the month of September. Next slide, please. Also want to make a plug. Oh, it looks like our pagination got a little messed up here. So YCS National Day of Service really focused around September 11th, but also September 10th. And in fact, I think this past weekend were also opportunities for community members to volunteer with Youth Community Service for their annual National Day of Service events. Now, to note again, this upcoming weekend on the 10th of September, a number of volunteer opportunities. Then bit of a conflict with our council meeting on September 11th. There will be an event happening out on the plaza. So you may time your break in a moment that can allow council members to go out and join some of the celebration ongoing at King Plaza on September 11th. Next slide, please. Then just a noting for community members' awareness, you should expect to see additional community or public announcements related to the upcoming storm season, and a number of items of note. One is that, as was included in recent communications, the importance for those who are subject to the National Flood Insurance requirement to contact your insurance agency to ensure that you're receiving a discount related to the City of Palo Alto's participation in community outreach programs. We've got information on that and actually on all of these on our website related to storm preparation, cityofpaloalto.org/prepare for rain. Then also should expect some additional activities upcoming. There's a multi-agency inspection upcoming with the at the San Francisco Creek. Also, we'll have some upcoming actions related to Newell Road Bridge. And then finally, public information, both from City of Palo Alto as well as from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority and other agencies related to storm preparation. Again, in the upcoming weeks, we'll receive, or you should receive both bill stuffers as well as you'll see more information online and through other media. Next slide, please. Then also, similarly, you'll see some upcoming additional public information on the Palo Alto FireMed program. This is a program that provides a subscription for residents and businesses to receive a low-cost program and then be protected in terms of financial exposure in the hopefully unanticipated, but nonetheless potential event of the need for an ambulance ride. And given the costs that would be associated in paying for that when actually occurring, the subscription provides some financial protection and really provides attractive rates both for residents and businesses. Again, upcoming public information in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. And then finally, just want to note a few of your upcoming council items for community awareness. Next week, we have a pre-screening on a proposed residential development on El Camino Real. Also have the HISRAP, Human Services, never get it right, funding recommendations that will be on your consent calendar, but we know that that's eagerly anticipated. We have the next steps and actions related to the permanent parklet program and human relations Commission recommendations for recent equity dates of significance. And again, these are all next week on September 11th. Then on September 18th, we've got a few land use related items, priority development area, Ellsworth Place, development application, and then finally a utilities item on natural gas winter rate purchasing strategy. Then finally, at your next meeting following the 18th will be October 2nd, and that will include an update to the Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement, as well as building and zoning requirements related to residential electrification. One date I note that was not listed here, September 12th, is a special meeting that's next Tuesday, where you will have both the closed session related to performance reviews for myself and the city attorney, and that will be followed by your deliberations related to the Portage Park Boulevard proposed development that you have on your agenda this evening. And with that, that completes my comments for this evening. Back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. With that, we're going to take a quick break, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to hear our action item. 15 minutes. Thank you. legislative item for 3200 Park Boulevard. Also 340 Portage. And this is for adoption of a resolution certifying an EIR, adopting findings of overriding considerations, and adopting a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Approval of applicant's request for a development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning to planned community zones, and a vesting tentative map with exceptions to the private street width to allow redevelopment of a 14.65 acre site at 200 to 404 Portage Avenue and 3040 to 3250 Park Boulevard, as well as 3201, 3225 Ash Street, and 278 Lambert. So tonight, the council will receive presentations and public testimony. The meeting will be continued to September 12th for council deliberation and action. There will be no public testimony heard on September 12th. And so with that, before we go forward, I just want to provide the sequence. We're going to have disclosures from council members. Then staff will provide their presentation. We'll have clarifying questions from council. And then the applicant can provide their presentation. And then council will may ask clarifying questions. Then we'll go to public comments, and the applicant can speak again in response to public comments and questions. And council can finish off with questions for staff to return with responses. And with that, we'll go to Councilmember Byrd, if you have any disclosures.
Yes, I recently met with representatives of Sobrato Corp. Did not receive any information that is not in the public record.
Thank you. Councilmember Lythcott Haynes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I recently met with representatives of the applicant. I've also met with them once some months ago and did a walkthrough of the site just to look at the building itself. I don't believe I've received any information that's different than what's contained in our written materials. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too met with the applicant for a site tour about a month ago. To the best of my knowledge, I received no information that's outside of the public record.
I met with the applicants a long time ago when we were on the ad hoc committee. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I met with the applicant, a number of representatives from the applicant, and toured the site and saw things that were the same as what we're seeing in the packet today.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I got a tour of the site a long time ago. This is actually even before the ad hoc committee. And then recently I spoke to someone briefly, but it was only for about 10 minutes, and we didn't talk about anything that wasn't already in the packet.
Thank you. I also want to note, because council was previously scheduled to meet last week instead of this week, Councilmember Venker planned her vacation for this week and sends her regrets for missing this meeting. She will be catching up on all the presentations and public comments before joining deliberations next week. And with that, we can go return it to staff. Director Late.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'm going to introduce Claire Raybold, and she will give the presentation for you this evening. Ms. Raybold.
Good evening, council members. Claire Raybold, Senior Planner. As you noted, the project before you tonight is 3200 Park Boulevard. Many more commonly know it as 340 Park. The project includes a development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, PC rezoning, vesting tentative map with exceptions, as well as CEQA findings of overriding consideration for impacts to a historic resource. I wanted to just start out with some basic orientation of the site. It's a 14.65 acre property made up of several parcels currently. Current improvements on the site include the cannery building itself, the office building along Ash Street, what we refer to as the Audi building, which is an automotive services building. 3040 Park Boulevard is an existing fitness use. And the site is bifurcated by Matadero Creek. There's also a switch building currently occupied by AT&T located on the property as well. So starting off with a bit of background of kind of how we got to where we're at today. The project site is located within the boundaries of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, or NVCAP planning area. The work on the NVCAP began in 2018 and is still ongoing. As part of that process, we have received a significant amount of feedback on how the public and the property owner may want to see that site be redeveloped. And that feedback was used to help identify the key objectives for the city and the Sobrato as a starting point for negotiations for the ad hoc committee. Throughout 2021, there were numerous overlapping discussions going on around this site. Sobrato filed the 200 Portage Townhome project in March 2021, which is a streamlined housing project filed under Senate Bill 330. At approximately the same time, the city was in a dispute with Sobrato regarding the clarifications of interpretation of the code related to the non-conforming uses at the site. So Sobrato had requested clarification from city regarding that language, which staff brought forth as a code interpretation to council. Council held hearings in June and October of 2021. And in October 2021, the council stayed interpretation of the code and formed an ad hoc committee to explore shared redevelopment interest of the site. The ad hoc committee concluded in summer of 2022, and council held a study session in August 2022 to present the work of the ad hoc committee and begin the public process for development agreement and associated entitlements. Council also directed staff to execute a tolling agreement, which allows for the townhome project to be placed on hold while the city completes the public process for the proposed redevelopment under the development agreement. So a quick process overview of kind of the public process. So the proposed development agreement includes the following discretionary actions: development agreement, a comprehensive plan amendment, planned community rezoning of resulting parcels, tentative map with exceptions, historic resources board review. And then all of these discretionary actions were being processed concurrently in accordance with the PC rezoning process and the HRB review process. And to date, since about August, there's been 17 public hearings and study sessions held in total. That includes the study session with council, as well as formal and study sessions with the Planning Commission, the Historic Resources Board, the Architectural Review Board, Palo Alto Bicycle Advisor Committee, and Public Arts Commission. So a quick summary of the key objectives of the project. The objectives were housing, particularly affordable housing, park and open space adjacent Matadero Creek, retention of historic features of the cannery building, retail or community space, meaningful ped or bicycle connections, transit demand management plan, and avoiding lawsuit and uncertainty. So summarizing kind of the key pieces of the development agreement, both from the city side and Sobrato's side, Key public benefits stipulated in the development agreement include 2.25 acres of land adjacent Matadero Creek dedicated to the city for use as future public park, an additional 1 acre of land to be used for an affordable housing project, and the CEQA analysis assumed up to 75 units for that. The 74 market rate townhome units, $5 million to the city for affordable housing or park-related uses at the city's discretion. A historic covenant requiring the remaining portion of the cannery building to be maintained in its rehabilitated and restored state. Improved bicycle and pedestrian connections across the site, mainly a connection between Park Boulevard and Portage Avenue, which is proposed as a multi-use path, and an associated public access easement over that area, and a transportation demand management plan for the commercial uses. And for all of that, the exchange for these benefits, the city would agree to allow non-conforming research and development uses within the cannery and office use on Ash to remain. Conversion of the Audi building from automotive services to R&D use. Construction of a parking garage adjacent the cannery to address the loss of surface parking on the parcel that's being dedicated to the city. And partial demolition of a California Register eligible resource. And construction, oh, sorry, I noted that already. The city would honor those approvals for a period of 10 years, which normally expires after 2 or 3 years. The city would also be precluded from applying most new regulations to the site for a period of 10 years. The phasing of the project is laid out as starting with the relocation of the existing power line, reinforcement of the remaining cannery that's planned to remain so that it can withstand vibrations from any demolition, and construction of the parking garage. So those would all be happening in the first phase, along with allowing conversion of the Audi building to a research and development use. Following that, the portion of the cannery that's proposed to be demolished would be demolished to accommodate the townhomes. And at that point, the final map would be recorded to create the 5 new parcels. And the city dedication parcel will be offered to the city at that point in time. And then following that would be the construction of the townhomes. So the project includes various actions in order to allow for the development agreement. This includes a comprehensive plan amendment. So the comprehensive plan amendment is necessary because a portion of the project is zoned multifamily currently, and so retention of commercial uses would not be allowed on a multifamily land use designation. So the project proposes to change the designation of the site to a mixed-use land designation, consistent with the PTC's recommendation. And following the proposed subdivision to create 5 new parcels, the townhome parcel would not on its own include a commercial component. So the project also includes a text amendment to the comprehensive plan for the mixed-use land use designation that eliminates this minimum commercial requirement for site zoned PC. The project also includes planned community rezoning of each of the parcels. Many of these buildings are planned to remain as is, and so the changes to the lot lines changes the floor area ratio of each of the different parcels, as well as the setback lines. And so a planned community rezoning is proposed for each of these. The vesting tentative map would merge and subdivide the existing parcels to create 5 new parcels. Currently, the applicant is proposing physical improvements on 2 of these parcels. One of the sites would be dedicated to the city for future improvements by the city. The project also includes a vesting tentative map with exception. As I noted, the vesting tentative map is required for the merging and subdividing of the existing parcels, as well as for the creation of the 74 condominium units on the townhome parcel. The project also includes an exception to the private street width for streets D, E, F, and G, which are highlighted in yellow. The project originally proposed 26 feet. The Architecture Review Board in their review requested to reduce this to 23 feet in order to increase the paseo width by 6 feet. So it'd be 3 feet off of each of those streets in order to get 6 additional feet on that paseo. The 23 feet maintains the width needed for safety and circulation. And so the findings have been written based on the ARB's recommendation. The staff feels that the findings could be made for any of the options. So. The project also includes a record of land use action. This contains all the ARB findings for approval, as well as the vesting tentative map and findings for the exception. It also includes all of the conditions of approval of the project, including the HRB and the ARB's recommendations. ARB's additional findings related to the use of the cannery were not incorporated into the project. We discussed this in the staff report in more detail, but happy to expand on that. An environmental impact report was prepared for the proposed project based on the fact that the project would include impacts on a historic resource. The project actually started out, the proposed project is the 200 Portage Avenue Townhome project in the environmental impact report. The development agreement was evaluated as alternative 3 in that EIR. The project was, the EIR was circulated for a 60-day public comment period, which ended on November 15th, 2022. And the PTC held study sessions on October 12th and October 26th to allow for public comment during the draft EIR comment period. So I just wanted to briefly speak to some of the alternatives that were proposed. So as I mentioned, there's always a no project alternative that's evaluated. This is essentially leaving the site as is today. So it assumes that the 91 townhome units proposed under the 200 Portage Avenue project would not be constructed. This site would continue to be governed by the city's non-conforming use regulations. Alternative 2 looked at adaptive reuse. The cannery building would not be demolished, but the building would be reused for housing. The alternative was intended to align with council's preferred NV cap alternative as it relates to this site. And under this alternative, all of the existing uses would, within the cannery building and at 3040 Park would be removed, and 7,400 square feet of retail would be added to the site. An additional row of townhomes would also be added behind the Ash building. Alternative 3 was evaluated as the project before you today, which is the development agreement alternative. Under this alternative, a portion of the cannery building at 200 Portage would still be demolished. Alternative 3 would meet all of the objectives of the 200 Portage Avenue project and would increase the number of housing units from 91 to up to 149 units, and accordingly would result in increased air quality, energy, noise, and greenhouse gas emissions. Impacts related to air quality, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, and noise would still be less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. A significant and unavoidable impact was still identified for the proposed project, the proposed 91 townhome units, as well as all of the build alternatives. That the city also found that this was true of really any alternative that we were looking at for adaptive reuse of the building due to the changes that would be needed to redevelop that building for a different use. Mitigation has been incorporated to reduce impacts to the extent feasible, including on the historic resource, including doing a historic American buildings survey documentation and a plaque to convey the historic significance of the site. Findings of overriding consideration are required in order to approve the proposed project. The developer is also looking at doing a number of other things to kind of convey the history of the site through the public art, as well as through the naming of the streets, and just through the historic maintenance agreement and the development agreement, which requires them to maintain the building as proposed in its state following construction. So with that, staff recommends that council adopt the environmental impact report and the resolution in attachment B, making findings of overriding consideration and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. Adopt the resolution amending the comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan land use map. Adopt the 5 planned community ordinances for each of the resulting parcels, amending the zone districts across the project site. Adopt the record of land use action, including architectural review findings for approval of the development plan, findings for a vesting tentative map with exceptions, and conditions of approval of the proposed project, and adopt the ordinance approving the development agreement. And I do want to note that this order is slightly revised from what's listed in the staff report. And this is the order that we are recommending if the council wishes to take action consistent with staff's recommendation. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. And I believe Molly has.
Thank you, Ms. Raybold. So council members asked me to just say a few words about what the situation would be if the city and the property owner did not reach agreement on development of this site. And Ms. Raybold, in her presentation, really covered these points already, and so I'll just emphasize them. There is another application on file. It's the 91 townhome application, and it is told under an agreement that council authorized the city to enter into with the developer. And that application would, in all likelihood, then move forward. As Ms. Raybold mentioned, the application raised an issue of interpretation of local law. And at least to this point, the city and the property owner have a different interpretation of the zoning provision that talks about non-conforming uses on this site. If that disagreement were to persist and not be able to be resolved, ultimately, the Superior Court would be the authority to decide what the meaning of that provision is. In addition, the 91 townhome project potentially could raise an issue that no court, to our knowledge, has definitively spoken on concerning the interaction of SB 330, the Housing Accountability Act, and the California Environmental Quality Act with respect to the historic resource. That is a question that has not been definitively litigated and decided in our courts yet. And again, it would be the Superior Court that would have the authority to make a definitive ruling on that issue if that dispute were to ripen to that point. Thank you. Okay, so we'll come back to council for any clarifying questions.
Actually, Mayor, if you don't mind, we would recommend, we have a couple of representatives from at least two of the boards and commissions, the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board. I believe in our latest communication, we were suggesting that we hear their presentations and then hear from the applicant. And then
Oh, I didn't
after the-
realize they had presentations. I thought they were here for questions.
Oh, I think.
Do they have a presentation?
I think they're just here to speak to their recommendation. I don't know. Yeah.
So who's representing PTC for speaking to their recommendation?
That would be Bart Heckman.
Okay. Is 3 minutes enough for him? And then who is from
I'm sure.
ARB?
And Chair Balte is here from the ARB.
Okay, and do we have HRB then?
They were not available to join tonight.
Invited, but not available.
Would anybody be able to speak to what HRB recommended? Some?
Sure, I'm happy to speak
Okay,
to that.
so why don't we start with Mr. Balte?
Thank you. I'll be less than 3 minutes, I hope. I'm Peter Balte, Chair of the Architecture Review Board. Over the past 9 months, the ARB reviewed the project before you, twice in study sessions and twice in formal hearings. We worked closely with staff and the applicant to ensure the project was well presented. We took feedback from numerous members of the community and asked lots of questions. And ultimately persuaded the applicant to make several important design improvements. In June, we unanimously recommended that the planning director approve the project, subject to a few important conditions. The critical design modifications were greater variation of the townhouse facades, especially as seen from Park Boulevard, through greater variation of the roof heights, the top of the buildings, greater variation in contextual compatibility of the townhouse facades through use of softer and warmer materials and colors, lowering of the freestanding parking garage structure behind the existing cannery building to minimize neighborhood impact and preserve the visual importance of the cannery building, reduction of new two-story elements at the front of the cannery building to better preserve the visual dominance of the existing cannery building, simplification and greater historical accuracy of the proposed new windows on the cannery building. 2 important design modifications remained outstanding. However, we felt these items could be addressed through a conditional approval and wanted to move the project along. The first was additional modifications of a portion of the end facade of building number 1, which remained too angular and did not present well when seen from Park Boulevard or Olive Avenue. And secondly, the width of the central paseo should be at least 28 feet wide. After much study and discussion, the ARB unanimously felt that a 28-foot width was reasonably achievable without undue burden on the applicant, and critically important for future residents to be able to enjoy and benefit from the outdoor spaces created by the paseo. We urge the City Council to uphold these conditions of approval. Of importance is that the ARB also unanimously found that the project was significantly lacking in 2 important aspects. With respect to the historic reuse of the cannery building, the use of 340 portage is historically significant and should be preserved so the public can experience the interior of the building. All of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of the building should be publicly accessible and usable space, such that the entirety of the length of the monitor roof is visible. It's important to understand that the application before you does not let the public or even much of anyone get inside these buildings. You can go into one small storefront, which has a flat roof that's carved out from this space with only a small opening in it, sort of to see what's there. We just felt that was entirely inappropriate, both as a design treatment and for the nature of this building. What's historically important is, or has been, the use of this building. And that's what's being lost by not getting it used somehow. There's other ways that this could be developed, that the use could be retained. Secondly, with respect to the townhomes, a portion of the site currently designated for townhomes should be higher density residential housing. While it can be argued that these issues are not directly under the ARB's purview, And indeed, we did not hold up the project based on our substantial discomfort with these shortcomings. We feel it is important for the City Council to consider how much better the project could be with a large public open space that helps preserve an important part of our history in the old cannery building and with a greater variety of housing types and densities on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balte. Let's not do any of the clapping so we can move on. Thank you. Our next from PTC, Mr. Hackman.
Is available on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of the council. Bart Heckman here as the liaison to the PTC. Across 3 meetings between last November and last month, the PTC's actions largely tracked direction from council through the refinement of the project. And ultimately, at our last meeting, we were largely supportive of the staff recommendation, with one notable exception. At the time that the staff recommendation came to us, it was that the base zoning be a service commercial designation. Members of the PTC reviewing the designations believed that the mixed use designation better articulated a consistent version with the envisioning of the NVCAP, and voted unanimously with one member absent to recommend that mixed use designation rather than the service commercial. And that change had, I would call it minor reverberations through a number of the other documents that are before you tonight. And part of our recommendation was for staff to comb those documents and make sure that that consistent changes were made so that that mixed use designation was consistent with the other documents and with the comp plan and the development agreement. And so we took that departure as one motion, and then in a second motion, we adopted a recommendation to forward to you regarding all of the other documents, the comp plan, the development agreement, the rezoning, and one other that I'm not thinking of, consistent with that first change to mixed use. And I would note also that we are recommending, and it's covered in the staff report, one change to the mixed use text to allow up to 100% of the available FAR to be used for residential, and that was another effort by the PTC to encourage housing in the multifamily housing, in particular in mixed use developments. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. Would you like to give the HRB's
Of course.
recommendation presentation?
So the Historic Resources Board held a study session on January 12th, 2023. And then staff returned to the HRB on May 25th, 2023 for a formal recommendation. So the HRB advised council in their motion to require HABs-like documentation, HABs being historical American building survey-like documentation, augmented by the best current technology available for the entire cannery structure, and to establish an appropriate repository for the information. That a post-construction analysis be conducted of the remaining structure in order to evaluate for inclusion and nomination of the monitor roof building section to the National Register for local listing, California landmark status, and historical point of interest status. And that the applicant looks at additions to and separations from the monitor roof section of the building in order to enable eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. And so just to speak briefly, the first and second part of that motion was included as conditions of approval of the project, that they look at following construction of looking at the evaluation of the building and then nominating it to any of those that it would still be eligible for. And just to kind of briefly explain that, you can't nominate the building or evaluate the building based on its existing condition if you're looking at the proposed project. So if you want to approve the proposed project, you would have to do that evaluation following the completion of the work to determine what it's still eligible for, essentially. Just to speak briefly to number 3, oh, sorry, no, these were all included in the condition of approval, so, yeah.
Thank you. So you said that number 2 was incorporated into what they recommended, number 2 was incorporated.
All of it was incorporated into the conditions of approval. I realize that the way we ended up writing the conditions of approval did incorporate all of those. Yeah.
Okay, and I don't see any lights, so I just want to have clarifying. In terms of the, you said that post-construction, after they've done all the construction, then it can be evaluated again for to be eligible for the city's historical resource as well as the states, as well as national?
Yeah, so I guess speaking from staff's perspective now, I would just note that, we were asked to include a condition of approval that it be evaluated for all of those things. And so that is what we have done. The EIR evaluated the project and has determined that it does not anticipate that it would continue to be eligible for the California Register. And it's expected that if it's not eligible for the California Register, it probably would not be eligible for the National Register. So I think it's important to just note that we've included those recommendations. I think there's generally more latitude on a local register that council has, but I don't want to give any false expectations, so.
So potentially it may not be considered historical on the state and national level.
It may not have sufficient integrity, yes,
Okay.
to be eligible for those registers.
And on the local registry, historical registry, what kind of restrictions would be placed on this, on the building?
So it wouldn't be much because the code under 1649 of our code really protects resources in the downtown area from demolition. It requires evaluation by the Historic Resources Board, but is very specific in saying that those recommendations you would be incorporated voluntarily and are not necessarily required. And so it would require like a 60-day evaluation, but it wouldn't stop them from demolishing a project. Now, if a project was not already protected under CEQA and they were proposing a discretionary action, it would allow for additional, it would require CEQA analysis. In this case, that's really not the case because it's already protected under CEQA as a California Register eligible resource. So it doesn't really provide additional protections for this resource.
So bottom line, should this property be sold in the future, whoever purchases it still might have the ability to demolish it?
No, because the development agreement includes a historic maintenance piece that is a deed restriction on the site or similar that would protect what remains of the resource.
So it's
really
in
that provides.
perpetuity.
Huh?
It's in perpetuity.
I mean,
Would it be for as long as
With,
it's,
with the deed restriction, I suppose.
So as long as yeah, I mean, I guess I'd have to take another look at the DA and we can do that to find out. But if it's a deed restriction against the property, that would be the expectation that it stay until that deed restriction is removed. And if the city is a party to that, as a requirement of development, then we would also have to agree for it to be removed.
okay, very good. Thank you. I have other questions, but Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. That was very helpful there. I have a couple of transportation-related questions. Can you review, we had under the ad hoc committee objectives, both TDM plan and bike ped connections. Can you review for us what we have in this agreement in those regards?
Yeah, so starting briefly with the bike ped connection. So what's being proposed is a multi-use path that would span a portion of the city parcel, a small piece of the Ash parcel, and the cannery and the townhome parcel. And it would be a 12-foot wide, for the most part, multi-use path that is narrowed to 10 feet wide right next to the Ash building, which is kind of a pinch point on the site. But it would be a two-way bicycle ped path that connects Park Boulevard to Ash Street. There's also some improvements on Park Boulevard as well as Portage Ash to provide safe connections, which the Palo Alto Bicycle Advisory Committee weighed in on. As far as the TDM plan, it would be 15% reduction in trips. That would be the goal for that.
Oh, I don't follow that last part. That's an outcome you're saying would be a 15% reduction versus what the plan is to achieve that?
It's looking at a 15% reduction in vehicle trips. That would be the goal of, that's what the plan lays out, how it would reduce trips by 15% for the research and development uses. Through use of things like passes and things like that.
Okay, so are you saying that the elements of the plan are yet to be determined, but the outcome would need to be a 15% reduction from the R&D trips? Is that
The elements are laid out in the plan for the goal of a 15% reduction. And so they would be required to show that they're achieving the 15% reduction. So
I see. And on the bike and ped path, as of right now, it would basically end at Park. Is it conceived, though, that it would align with the yet to be determined site of a bike and ped grade crossing
they're
across
installing
the tracks?
they would have a crossing across Park.
No, I'm across the tracks and Alma. It's aligned with what's in the bike and ped plan on an approximate location in the vicinity of Loma Verde.
So I'm not sure how it will. Yeah, I was going to say, so, I mean, the site connects into Park Boulevard.
Yeah, so let me just say that when this, the NVCAP plan was going forward, there was a question by the then council on the bike and ped crossing in that vicinity under the tracks and at Alma, whether that would be part of the rail plan, and it was deferred to being part of the NVCAP plan to look at that connection. And so I just want to make sure that, and I will add that connection has been it is part of our existing bike and ped master plan. It's not just something that's being considered for the upcoming plan. It was decided on many years ago, and this would be a connection that would help fulfill that that bike and ped route. I'll call it east-west. It's not truly. Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Lade, I wanted to just follow up with you on the historic covenant piece. You didn't seem too certain in the answer regarding the perpetuity of this, of the building remaining within that historic covenant. So let's say this building were to be sold multiple times over the next 20, 30, 50 years or so. If the city never agrees to removing that historic covenant, the cannery building cannot be demolished, or maybe even significantly remodeled beyond what is going to be there after this project.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I haven't had a chance to look at the DA, but let me invite Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang to participate in answering that question if he has that readily available.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Vice Mayor, you're correct. As long as that deed restriction is in place and the city has not agreed to allow it to be removed, the cannery would need to be maintained in the rehabilitated state that it will be in following this project.
In perpetuity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then a follow-up question as well on on the HRB recommendation. Glad to see the 3 additional provisions were all included. Did the HRB opine to the ultimate question, whether council should approve the project or not?
They didn't specifically state approval or denial of the project. They stated that if it was essentially if council chooses to move forward with this project, here's how they would improve upon it, essentially.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my questions for later this evening.
Councilmember Lowry.
Yes, yes, thank you. My number one question was one that everyone's been asking. So you addressed that in terms of exactly what that historic covenant is. So that level of clarity is really important. I just have one related question. I've heard from, I think, multiple sources that I guess there's the planning or the building changes that are necessary for the external aspect of the building will be changing it such that it may not be historical anyway, whether that was with or without any of the building removed because of the new building codes and so on. Is that true?
It's a city's position that really any reuse of this property for other uses, there were a number of different ideas raised by members of the public, including options of reutilizing the site for housing, whether it's 1-story, 2-story, as well as some ideas about, potentially reusing it as a parking garage. Really, all of these proposals would require substantial modifications to the site to comply with life safety requirements. It's a very awkward building for the purposes of a housing project. Essentially, it's very wide. So having being able to create, housing units and having air and light that can come into those spaces, especially the bedrooms required to have an egress, windows. We don't feel that there's any way that you could design that without creating light wells of sorts through the building. Because of the depth of the building. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use half the space in the building, essentially. So we elaborate on that in more detail in the staff report. Happy to come back with any more details you're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick follow-up to that then. So, I mean, I think you answered it, but it's just, it goes to the heart of this entire issue. So I just want to kind of clarify this. And this is probably likely more for the city attorney's office. I mean, just a hypothetical then. The city were to reject this agreement and we were able to reach some sort of agreement of adaptive reuse of the entire cannery building, for that being housing or retail. I mean, would that allow the building to, is there a way to be able to allow then the building to maintain its eligibility status on any of these registries, or is any structural upgrade of the building going to remove the building from its historical resources regardless? I guess another way of saying it, what's the minimum level of changes that could be done on the building in order to keep it eligible on a historical registry, whether at the local, state, or federal level?
So I think that really is, it's a hybrid question, of course, the application of the practical changes that would be needed with the standards. So I think Ms. Rabel spoke to it, and the city's consultants and experts have looked at this issue as well. Yes. Right. So what's the minimum level of changes?
So
Yes, thank you, Albert.
yeah, I guess I'll say it's hard to evaluate that sort of hypothetical without having our consultants review a set of plans. But what I think we're able to say with some confidence is that any residential use would require such a great amount of change that it would not retain its eligibility. There may be some other commercial uses that that wouldn't require that level of change, but we're fairly confident that residential uses would result in the loss of integrity.
Oh, I just want to follow up on that. So when you say loss of integrity, you're actually saying within the cannery, or was that around the cannery? Within the cannery?
Within, right. It would not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards to maintaining the
It's
eligibility.
both. There are character defining features both inside and exterior to the cannery.
Because I think a question came up, right, about with historical buildings, it's usually on the exterior that has to be preserved, but on commercial, within commercial designation, inside is also preserved. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so next week we'll have our historic consultant on and they can maybe elaborate a little bit more on this, but I think essentially going back to what Assistant Attorney Yang mentioned is it's really hard to evaluate because it's really about the whole of the action that you're doing. And so you kind of look at the changes to character defining features as a whole, and you look at how much is that changing it, and does it change it in a way that it loses the character defining features such that you really, it doesn't preserve the integrity of the building. And so it's not one feature or this feature or even these features combined. It's looking at it holistically of how many changes are you making to the building with, I would say, an emphasis on kind of key features. There's certainly, ones that are more prominent character defining features like the monitor roofs. And then there's other features that just, kind of chip away as you make changes to add windows or add doors to the building to make it more usable. So.
Okay. I do have a question with regards to TDM. I might have missed it, but were passes for, Caltrain as well as VTA, were those part of the TDM?
Yes, I believe so. We do have.
So condition condition 50 of the record of land use action talks about free transit passes to all R&D employees as part of the TDM plan.
And that would be from the property owner or from? So
The future tenant.
TDM
It would be
is,
the future tenant that would be required.
say that again.
The future tenant would be required to include that as their lease agreement, like as part of their lease agreement, basically.
Okay, thank you. And then in the TDM, the Hexacon report, that's packet page 248, staff report page 186. There's a table 1 of trip generation, the trip generation table. So they're using they're not using data from Palo Alto, right? They're using national, so we don't even know where it comes from. So it's kind of like theoretical, based on theoretical building, right? And so so how would that compare? I mean, is that going to be actual, or this is just a guess?
Okay, great. So what we were trying to answer here is, do we have our consultant staff available? Because we were understanding that there might be some more deliberation next week, but I do understand that we do have our traffic consultant.
Not our traffic consultant.
Oh, is this the
Gary Black prepared the TDM.
the applicant's
Well, we can,
consultant?
okay, so just so you know, that's something of interest, so maybe
Sure.
for next week, we can have that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And so in addition to that, I'd love to know the enforcement part, because a lot of it seems to be shifted on the applicant for them to enforce. So I want to see what is the city going to be doing, especially with these TDM. So for next week. Okay. Thank you. I don't see any more lights. So we can go to the applicant presentation.
Awesome. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. My name is Rob Tersini, and I'm the Vice President of Development at Sobrato. We're very excited to be here with you and our project tonight, and want to give a special thanks to city staff for all of their hard work over the years to help us get to where we are today. There's a lot of history on the site, some of which you can see on the slide in front of you, and I want to highlight a couple of key components. We purchased the property in 2011 and have been in discussions with city staff on the site's future from the beginning. We have supported the NBCAP process as an active member of the working group and listened and learned a lot, which we took into account in developing the overall plan for the site. We spent over a year meeting weekly with the ad hoc committee to further refine the plan and came to an agreement on what works best for this next phase of the site. This was presented to the whole city council in July of last year and was supported with a 7-0 vote to move the ad hoc development structure forward in the entitlement process. The project for consideration tonight is the same structure as agreed to in the ad hoc, while reflecting the design feedback from multiple hearings with the Bike Commission, Art Commission, HRB, ARB, and PTC, all while maintaining the priority of the 5 key elements that were born out of the ad hoc. We feel confident this project will be a successful addition and a much-needed upgrade to the site and the larger neighborhood. I'd like to introduce the team I have with me tonight who will be helping present the project. In the room, we have Evan Solkowalski with ArcTech, the office architect, David Burton with KTGY, the residential architect, Morgan Burke with Gazzardo, our landscape architect, and Tamsin Plume with Holland and Knight, our land use council. And on Zoom, we have Tim Steele, who works with me at Sobrato, Jennifer Easton, our art consultant, Matthew Davis with ARG, our historic architecture consultant, Gary Black with Hexagon, who is available to help answer some of those questions if needed, and Nectarios Matheo with Kieran Wright, our civil engineer. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the team to walk through the presentation, and we're all here and available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Sir, I didn't hear your name. I'm sorry.
Oh, Rob Tersini.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Madam. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Evan Sokolowski with Arctech, and as Rob said, we're excited to be here. Both Claire and Rob gave you some background on the project, and it's obviously much more than just a R&D office building and townhomes that we're presenting, but we did want to take the time to present the architecture and the evolution of the design and the project as it stands before you. So as has been stated, throughout the process, we received valuable input and comments from multiple groups, including the public, the HRB, and the ARB. We worked very hard throughout the evolution of the design to incorporate those, and we believe through that incorporation, the project here is much better than it started. Some of the key elements that we adjusted, as were spoken to by the chair of the ARB, were the depression of the parking garage, which we will highlight in the slides, changes to the Paseo, changes to the materiality and window system of the cannery building. With that, I will turn it over to Matt Davis to speak to the historic guidelines.
Thank you, Evan. Good evening, council members. My name is Matthew Davis, and I'm an architectural historian and principal with Architectural Resources Group. As Evan mentioned, we've been working with Sobrato and the design team since mid-2022 to develop a series of preservation guidelines that are specifically focused on the portion of the cannery building that's being retained and made a centerpiece of the new project. So these guidelines address most every physical aspect of the project, including height and bulk, roof forms, cladding and fenestration recommendations, entry and canopy treatments, as well as the preservation of the building's interior. The focus throughout was on honoring and maintaining the historic character of the cannery building through repairing where feasible and replacing in kind where necessary. So I'm available tonight and next week to drill down into any of these guidelines in greater detail if the commission desires, as well as being available for other historic related questions you may have. Thank you. With that, I'll pass it along to Jennifer, I believe.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer East. I am the art consultant for the public art on the project. The project has selected artist Kyung-Mi Shin, whose work is particularly well known for its integration of both historic elements and contemporary and cultural settings in the work. She has an extensive background in public art as well as a studio practice. She's had the opportunity to meet with both community members, the Public Art Commission, as well as family of Thomas Foon Chu to develop her historical background on the project. And we're really looking forward to the art being able to enrich the history, the visible history of the art project as this development moves forward. And with this, I will pass it along. Thank you.
So now we'll just go through elements of the cannery building before we go into the townhomes. As you can see on the slide, the cannery building includes both 380 portage and 340 portage, the parking garage to the north. I also want to highlight, I know there's been some discussion of the bike pedestrian path that's highlighted at the bottom of the page, noting the connection between Portage and Park running east to west on the page. Our goal all along has been for the cannery building to create a viable R&D office building that we're able to bring up to the current life safety needs so we can attract a tenant into the building, meeting all those structural and code upgrades that we need to do. With that, this is a view from the north looking at the main office R&D entry. On this slide, you can see some of the things that we incorporated through the input that we received from the ARB. You can see how the parking is down low. You moving up to a level which kind of mimics the loading dock condition that was original to the building. You can also see we worked hard to develop the fenestration and the window replacement to more accurately reflect the contextual historical nature of the building with smaller panes of glass, in particular up at the top of the monitor roof, replacing windows in kind so it goes back. Right now, all of those windows are boarded up, and so it's really taking it back to a level of where it once was. Another important feature is a view from the south. One of the priorities of the NVCAP was to include a retail or public component to this building. This is a view from the south where you can see the single-story retail entry. That not only helped us create an identity for a future retail tenant to have a viable use, but also allowed us to create more openings and visibility into the monitor building itself and the structure, which ARG has clearly shown to us as an important historical feature. This also shows the corrugated metal, just taking advantage of colors to highlight the different elements. Another critical portion of this side, obviously, is the retail. You can see we carved a significant portion out of this end of the building. It faces on to a landscaped plaza that allows an indoor-outdoor use of the space, expanding that space and drawing people in. This is a view from what would be the future park. Jennifer already mentioned the art portion, the public art portion of the project. This location in this plaza and along this portion of the building is a possible location for some of that art. As we know, the project is more than just these buildings. It includes the future park dedication. This location will provide good visibility to the public utilizing the park as well along the connecting private street on the south side of the project. Moving back to the north side, this view takes us back a little bit further. In the foreground, you can see the garage. One of the key elements of the garage was depressing it. Not only did that allow us to keep a defining feature of the loading dock the way this building was, but it also helped us be better neighbors. We depressed the garage through input, which lowers the profile to our neighbors on Olive. We also took great care in the design of the garage elements, including corrugated metal screening to help block any headlights from our neighbors. These are views of the office entry, as well as the next one being the amenities space. You can see the elevated entry. It gives you a little more formal access into the building. It also gives you a nice separation from the vehicles down below to the amenity and entry as you move up. This next slide is a little further in. It shows that important indoor-outdoor space we're able to create between the building and the parking garage. And with that, you can also notice beyond is the garage and what a low profile it is. Finally, we realized the importance of the monitor roof building structure. Not only is it a gorgeous structure, but we needed to figure out a way to maintain the viability of both an R&D tenant as well as a retail tenant, but also allow some public view and public access to this space. In doing so, we went through the design and developed two large skylights, which allows the public to enter into the building and look up and see into that space while still maintaining the privacy that many of these future R&D tenants will need. And with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. David Burton, Associate Principal with KTGY, the residential architects. I've been leading our team's effort at the design of the townhouses. Just a very brief overview of how we've developed the design of the townhouses. Here on the site plan, you can see that we've got 12 buildings on the site, and the main emphases on this has been establishing a really strong relationship with both Park Boulevard and with Street C, which is the interface between the townhouses and the cannery building. And then also Streets A and B, the two other streets that come in off of Park Boulevard. Try and create great, strong, visible entries for each of the units along all of those streets so that they all feel like they have front doors onto the street. And create good pedestrian scale interest and visual variety and stuff along those areas. And then the central paseo that goes down through the middle of the site to create good continuity of pedestrian access through the site and keep folks separated from vehicular traffic. Next, in terms of the architecture, the architecture has evolved a good bit through this whole process. We've had some really great input from both the Historic Advisory Board and from the PTC, and we've changed the architecture a good bit over the course of the project in response to that, and we're very thankful for that input. We've got basically kind of three various architectural styles that you'll see on the right hand of the slide here that we've tried to through that, we're trying to emphasize each of the individual units, but also try and create some larger overall building elements and create distinctive looks for each of the three styles, but then also bring in some materials and colors and stuff that flow through the three different styles so that they have some relationship to one another and to their context. There we go. Another important aspect was at the intersection of Park Boulevard and Olive, how the buildings and the site are perceived from Olive. And there we've, at the lower part of the slide, you see the elevation of what you would see along Olive Avenue. And we have altered those buildings over time to really change that architecture and provide more glazing, provide big changes in materials and color palette and stuff to create as much visual interest along that street frontage as possible. And then working with the Gazzardo partnership, they've really enhanced that landscaping along that frontage with some really key placed large trees and things like that, so that there's good landscape screening over time from that street frontage. And then lastly, the Central Paseo has been explained that from good input from both staff and from the PTC, we've really worked on the expansion of that paseo. We always wanted it to be as wide as possible, but with the city's requirement for the 32 feet in the private streets that provide access to the garages, it just kind of pinched that space a little bit. So we're very grateful that that staff is including that recommendation to take 3 feet out of each of those private streets, and that allows us to put 6 feet back into that paseo and really increase its width, provide additional privacy between the units, provide additional light and air, and provide additional space for more lush landscaping in that paseo. We've also got key placed trees. There's kind of those bays that you saw in the styles of the buildings. Each of those units has that bay window, and we're providing a tree at each of those bay windows so that as those grow up, you provide really good privacy. Those will be evergreen trees. They won't lose their leaves in the winter, so you'll have that year-round good landscape privacy screening in between each of the units, which we think is going to be really, really important and provide some nice shade and natural cooling in that paseo also. And with that, I will hand it back for additional questions and public feedback. Thank you.
Okay, back to council for clarifying questions. I don't see any lights, so I'll go ahead. If I could get I want to talk about the art. So I want more clarification with regards to the artwork. Is that going to be mostly historical work in terms of what happened at the cannery, or is this just random Asian art?
Thank you for your question. Jennifer Easton, art consultant for the project. The artist has not finalized her design yet. She'll be coming to the Palo Alto Public Art Commission on September 21st is currently scheduled. Her work has been focusing and her research has been focusing on the site and the community. So indeed, she will be tying back to the site itself and not just a random artwork that enhances the project itself, but has no connection to the site. Indeed will, and that is why we selected this artist, is specifically her past work has really delved into the history of the site and the community in which the artwork is placed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm really looking for reassurance that this is going to be history going back to Mr. Thomas Fung Chu, his great work and what had happened at this site with the different events as well as the person. So I'm just hoping that it will stick with that historical fact. The other. Oh, okay. No, let's not do this random comment. You have a chance to speak at oral communications. There's another. At the docks, at the back. So remind me if it is, if the cover of the docks goes all the way to the end of the street, or does it end where it ends over there? So is there no, I'm not remembering if there was a cover that goes all the way.
The amenity space has the current docks have partial cover and are partially covered in places and not continuous. What we're proposing is to, on the amenity space, include a partially covered section that is between the parking garage and the building itself. So it picks up on that covered canopy using similar detailing as well to pick up on what's there in our replacement.
So it's not replacing what, so there are part of the coverings that are eliminated then, okay. Also on the retail space that has the skylights, first I want to say thank you to the ARB for this suggestion and signifying its importance. Is there any way for the beam in between to be thinner or less bulky?
Oh, we've looked at that. Some of it's also just a matter of the window openings themselves. Even if we took the solid element of the roof structure out, the glazing panels themselves would still have some limited sizing. But we can look at ways to maximize that and minimize the space in between. We did do some sightline studies to make sure the angle was right to give you good views into that space.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, so that bike lane, there is no cars that go through there? It's just a pedestrian bicycle path? Or will automobiles also be able to go through from Portage all the way to Park?
No, definitely vehicles would still be able to access as well. Yeah.
And that's also calculated for emergency vehicles, fire trucks and so forth?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. How about I think that is Street A. There is a road. That one is also wide enough for emergency vehicles. Okay, thank you. I don't see any lights, so, okay. Councilmember Lowing, thank you, sir.
Yes, for the applicant, I just wanted to ask if you would give some comments on why you decided not to accept the recommendations of ARB on sort of a broader space where the public could come in and see more of the roof. Would that be more retail? Is that the concern, or why was that recommendation not accepted?
Thank you for the question. It really came down to the amount of retail and making the space viable. The R&D helps carry the project in terms of the returns. And if you block out one portion or bay of the space, you lose the volume of the space because you have to protect the other half of the building. So the idea is,
it wasn't clear. I just didn't.
So you want to leave the big piece, and Matt on the line can help speak to this, but you want to leave as much volume in the space as you can, because that's the historic piece. So if we block out a larger portion of that, you're just ruining the volume of the space. So we have the retail is tucked away on the side where it doesn't interfere with the larger volume of the R&D space within.
Okay, then I asked the question wrong. Sorry. What I meant was there a way to open up more of that headspace.
Make
So
it,
that the public could view the broader roof lines.
yeah, I think what Evan was just suggesting is that we'll look at making the skylights bigger, but there's a limit to how large you can make the glass because there's a weight element there. And so you need to have enough structure to hold up the glass within that ceiling.
And kind of a related question, is the intent to have only R&D tenants in there?
Yes, yeah.
So if there were more retail allowed, putting a art gallery in there would not be of interest to you?
No, just given we actually feel that the retail might struggle a little bit with this location. It is tucked away. And so we're trying to figure out what exactly would be the best retail. We're probably thinking a local coffee shop, but anything else might struggle as well, including an art gallery, et cetera.
Definitely a coffee shop, but this
Yep.
looks a little bit like the Minnesota project in South San Francisco, where it's just filled with beautiful old architecture and just a lot of galleries with a lot of public space, which is kind of the vision I get when I look at these drawings of what that could be inside.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one final question. Can staff bring up slide 13? It has a historic photo of the cannery building on it, or if you just have a blown up photo of that picture. Yeah, I don't know if you can enlarge that, the black and white photo there, but I guess I'm trying to get an understanding. I know the Bayside Cannery building has been developed and built up over time. Clearly, the original cannery is not the same building today as it originally was, but I understand those monitor roofs are being preserved. So do we know what portion of the current building was the original cannery building, and is that portion of this building being preserved here? And fine if we have to wait until next week when we have the historic consultant on, but wondering if we know that, or if we need to defer that till next week.
I'm happy to answer that. Generally, the portions closer to Park are the newest additions. It's not exactly clear when each of the additions was done and exactly what pieces of the cannery were the original. Looking at this picture, people have suggested that the pieces under the monitor roofs were the original piece, but you can see even in this picture that, there were pieces of it that were developed. Kind of the point is that all of it was developed during the period of significance. And so all of it is relevant to the historic integrity of the site. So,
okay, perfect. That was the main point of my question. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. So we now go to public comment. Madam Clerk, each person will get 3 minutes. How many do we have? Oh, wait, we have.
So we currently have 14. I do see 2 more hands that were raised on Zoom, and we have 3 groups of speakers, each speaking on behalf of different, multiple individuals. So the first one is a total of 7, the second group is a total of 6, and the third group is a total of 5.
So let's stop taking public comments after group number 1 goes. And since this is the only agenda item, we'll give people an opportunity to speak. 10 minutes for the group and 3 minutes for individuals.
Our first speaker is Rebecca Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Becky Saunders. I live near the Cannery site. I serve as the moderator for the Ventura Neighborhood Association. Plus, I'm co-chair of PAN, the Palo Alto Neighborhoods Residents Umbrella Group. I speak for myself, plus for many of my fellow Ventura residents and PAN members. It's vital to realize that the Cannery Building, along with the office building on Ash, represent a unique piece of California history, of Palo Alto history, and of Chinese American history. Thomas Foon Chu came to this county when discrimination and prejudice denied him many basic civil rights. It is well documented that government institutions were complicit in denying people from the Pacific Rim the same rights and privileges conferred on people of European descent. Even into the 1950s, we all know that some housing deeds in this town prohibited people of Asian or African descent, not only from ownership, but of even occupying a home unless they were employed as servants. Against all odds, facing many hardships, Thomas Foon Chu built what became the third largest cannery operation in the world, employing hundreds of workers of multiple nationalities and providing housing for them as well. He was illustrious, celebrated, and respected. 25,000 people attended his funeral. What other person associated with Palo Alto can claim such an honor? Much of what he built is now gone, but the cannery and office building on Ash have survived. Now, the EIR study offers us an either-or proposition, but I, along with many others, ask, where is the and proposition? Let's have both housing and preserve the cannery. The EIR found that the proposal to demolish the cannery in part will end its historic significance in toto forever. Kaput. That's a serious consequence of this action, but rather than exploring ways to save the cannery, the EIR suggests council might make an overriding determination to allow that demolition based on the new housing proposed there. That would be okay. Now, there are two problems with that premise. First, the housing isn't even guaranteed to be built. It's not clear where the city will get the funds to build affordable housing. Sobrato's proposal of the market rate townhomes is an option, not a guarantee that they will ever be built. Case in point, Sobrato did win approval to redevelop Mike's Bikes, but ended up selling the property instead of going forward with the development. Second, ways to use the site that provide the same amount of housing or even more and which do not require any of the cannery to be demolished have never seriously been entertained. What's before you tonight is not a choice between historic preservation and new housing. You can have all the new housing that's being proposed and even more, and you can also preserve the entire cannery. It's not one or the other. We just need a different plan, something different than what's been proposed so far. One simple approach is what's been done in many places already. Let's use part of the older building as part of a garage. If we convert the part of the cannery that is to be demolished into a garage, it could provide parking for the office employees there. A large new two-story garage north of the cannery would no longer be needed. Instead, townhomes could go there where the garage is proposed. You end up with about the same number of housing units, but the cannery would remain 100% intact. It's also more environmental because it doesn't require a vast new garage to be built, and it saves the cost of tearing down a huge portion of one building and constructing another. Unfortunately, though, the EIR devoted just one sentence to this idea, and there's a single paragraph about it at the very end of the staff report. But that paragraph doesn't give details. And what it does say appears inaccurate or possibly just incomplete. For example, it claims that the rearrangement would drastically reduce the number of townhomes possible, but it doesn't quote any real numbers and doesn't say who determined this. Was it Sobrato? Was it an architect? The simplest layout suggested in the staff report does leave a huge amount of land. There appears to be plenty of land for close to 70 townhomes at least, while adding in more open space and setbacks from neighbors. A motivated architect could likely do us even better. There is no evidence in the EIR to support the contention that saving the cannery would result in a drastic reduction in townhomes were this plan implemented. We just don't have enough evidence in the staff report to support those claims. The staff report then goes on to say that the garage conversion would prevent the building from qualifying as a historic structure due to new ventilation openings, et cetera, and so forth. Now, that doesn't really make any sense because ventilation can be done through the roof rather than through the walls. We already do that in other underground garages, and any ramps, floor leveling, structural modifications that in the interior, that would not affect the historic status of the building because it would be on the interior, and we just need to really clarify that. What's really at stake here. And then here's another idea that's been proposed, namely to put housing into the cannery building itself. That kind of adaptive reuse has become increasingly popular as cities find themselves with a surplus of office space and not enough housing. Now, the EIR did look at this option, but in a rather strange way. Instead of trying to fit a comparable number of units, say perhaps 100 into the building, it proposed 281 units instead. And then the report concluded that they wouldn't fit. Okay. I need more evidence. I need more numbers and some graphs or something to be convinced. The staff report also claims that even a more reasonable number of housing units in the building would necessitate cutting windows and doors into the exterior walls. But as those of us who've lived in urban downtown areas know, residential buildings generally are built right next to each other, and individual units often lack exterior windows or doors. So instead, there are interior courtyards and light shafts to bring in sunlight and air, and then common corridors to just a few outer doorways. I mean, it can be done. This idea has been used for centuries in Europe. So of course, it's possible to put housing into the cannery without modifying the exterior walls. It just has to be. There's no indication anywhere that an independent architect experienced in adaptive reuse was ever consulted. There are no drawings of what the housing would look like or how the rest of the site could have more housing. So it truly wasn't examined properly. The report just shortcuts to a flawed conclusion based on a false narrative, in my opinion. Then there's this third approach recently suggested by our very own planning commission, namely, why not use underground parking for offices and/or housing? The current plan shows no underground parking. The Holbach and WeWork buildings nearby on Park have it, as does Wilton Court, which is right near me. Most new proposals for buildings in Ventura also do rely on underground parking. The Fry site has acres of open space that could easily be built with underground parking. We could even put parking underneath the cannery, as we have done in Palo Alto under other historic structures. Underground parking unearths a host of possibilities. It means you can get much more value out of the site and then use that value for housing, community resources, retail, or even offices. Underground parking is more expensive, but when you consider land values in Palo Alto, it's generally the way construction goes. So why wasn't underground parking considered? Finally, this Kaiser Marsden study cited in the staff report has not been provided to the public, but the summary, which has, suggests that the study has overlooked an enormous value coming to Sobrato of the 156,000 square feet of offices on the site, some of which comes from converting a neighborhood serving business into office space. You'll recall that our own Director of Planning, Jonathan Lake, concluded that Sobrato is no longer entitled to have any offices on the site due to the extended vacancy of the Fry space. Therefore, the proposal before you is giving Sobrato the right to almost 4 acres of offices on land zoned RM30. That is land zoned exclusively for housing. Simply put, this proposal is turning what should be land for housing into land for offices. And Sobrato won't even have to erect a single office building to get that value. They get to use the buildings already on the site. So a conservative estimate of saving, say, $500 a square foot in construction costs for new housing, a new office, tabulates this zoning giveaway as worth closer to $80 million to Sobrato. How then could have been concluded in the Kaiser Marsden estimate that Sobrato is getting $37 million of value when it's really closer to $80 million? In summary, we now know that the proposed project will destroy the historic status of the cannery forever. We also know that there are plausible alternatives that would preserve the cannery and also create housing, perhaps even more housing. So to reiterate, this is not a debate about adding housing versus preserving history. We can do both, and it appears that the city's own study significantly underestimated the value going to Sobrato. Clearly, we are not getting the best solution in service of the public, so I'm asking you council members to do what managers everywhere do when this happens, ask for better options. Our planning commission, our architectural review board will be happy to look at alternatives if somebody will just draw them up for us. So to preserve a landmark with such a rich and important history, it's worth the effort to do so. I think you and the public will be pleased with what comes back to us. And the children growing up in Palo Alto, Santa Clara County, et cetera, and so forth, will learn about the legacy of a legend and learn about a Chinese pioneer who fostered a sense of innovation and inclusion well before the dawn of the Silicon Age. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Holzmer.
Good evening. Whoops. Okay, good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. It's a great privilege to be here tonight and to take a moment to honor not only Thomas Foon Chu, who we should, but all the citizens who turned out tonight in support of not only Thomas Foon Chu, but our historic and very important cannery. I want to speak very briefly and quickly about three different areas. First, about the history of the cannery in the Valley of Heart's Delight. Second of all, I'll talk quickly about Thomas Foon Chu and why the cannery is so connected to him. And third, and most importantly of all, about why the demolition of 40% of this structure will destroy any significant historical value or resource to our area. Okay, very quickly. Although technology and high-tech industry and its byproducts dominate today's environment, that was not true hundreds of years ago. In fact, it was the agricultural and resources and related industries which were the major economic engines of the region for hundreds of years, actually, in this valley. Santa Clara Valley possessed, and still does today, over 1,300 miles of the most fertile and exceptionally good growing land in the United States. It's hard to believe it, but under that concrete that we have is tremendously fertile land. By the beginning of the 20th century, Santa Clara Valley had gained a reputation as one of the richest and best known agricultural districts in the entire world, earning its nickname, the Valley of Heart's Delight. With an ever-increasing abundance of fruit growing in this area, canning became a very lucrative business. These foods, because foods never spoiled if they were in cans, and they could be transported long distances without harm. I'd like to show my quick little video now for 3 minutes. Hopefully my time is not wasted here.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Ellison. I'm the exhibition curator here at the Los Altos History Museum, and today we're talking about Silicon Valley Eats, a taste for innovation. What we really wanted to get across with this exhibit is that we've really always been innovative in this area. We think about Silicon Valley today as being this hub for technology and innovation. But really that innovation, that innovative spirit has really always been here. You can see it really clearly when you start to look at our history of food here in the Valley of Heart's Delight, or Silicon Valley, as we're called today. So a lot of these innovations that we talk about here at the museum were really, really important, not just to this area, but also all around the world. The food traveled all the way around the world, the innovations traveled around the world. So the history that we made here in Santa Clara County, in the Santa Clara Valley, was really had a global impact. So some of these that are most important to our museum, one of them that is really important is the Wizard Walnut Huller. And their company is still in existence today, but they invented a new way to hull walnuts. And if you come out to the museum, you can actually see we have the patented version of that, the prototype of the walnut huller out in our agricultural exhibit. And you can read about it here in Silicon Valley Eats as well. But that changed the way that we processed walnuts, that we eat walnuts, made it a lot easier. So that innovation changed people's lives in a lot of ways. So one of my favorite stories that we got to tell in this exhibition is the story of Thomas Foon Chu. He was actually an immigrant from China. He started out in the Bay Area. His father was a cannery owner and passed on the family business to Thomas Foon Chu. who opened a number of canneries here in Santa Clara County. And he became one of the most successful cannery operators in this area, and really one of the most successful cannery operators in the world. He was incredibly beloved by his workers. He had a very good relationship with the people that worked for him. He cared about the people that worked for him. He, unlike many other cannery operators at that time, hired people no matter what their race or ethnicity or religious beliefs were. He was very open-minded, and people loved him for that. And one of the most interesting things, the most innovative things that he did was he solved a problem that they had in canning asparagus. Because at that time it was very, very difficult to can asparagus because the stalks, they're so fragile that if you try to put them in a regular round can, they move around a lot and they end up getting really damaged. So he came up with the idea of a square can. So he became known as the Asparagus King for that innovation. So Santa Clara County, the Valley of Heart's Delight, has an incredibly rich agricultural history. By the 1970s, the Valley of Heart's Delight had become Silicon Valley. Agriculture no longer...
Okay, very quickly, I'll try to sum up some of the things I would like to say. You learned a lot about Thomas Foon Chu, but what you don't know about him is truly the wonderful innovations that he did. Very quickly, one of the things that he did, he knew that he was very compassionate and caring about his workers. He cared about his workers on a daily basis. One example of this decision was to build housing for his workers on his own site. Boy, what an innovation that would be today, right? He wanted to make sure that workers had easy access and were able to go to their work very quickly right on the same property where they worked. That would be wonderful. Okay, I'd like to talk about the impacts of demolition very quickly. According to the CEQA guidelines, a project that may cause a substantial adverse change to an historic resource is considered to have a significant impact on the environment. Okay, that's what CEQA says. There is no doubt that the demolition of approximately 90,000 square feet, or 40% of 340 Portage, will have a major effect. The demolition would result in the removal of distinctive materials, such as the canning platforms, the cooling porches, plus several other character-defining features, such as the form and massing and the varied roof forms. All of these removals would constitute material loss to an historic structure, something that can't be replaced or duplicated. As the EIR states on page 4.2-12, the proposed demolition would significantly diminish those characteristics of the historic resource that convey its historical significance and justify its eligibility for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources. Close quote. This is the reason the remaining 40% of 340 Portage will destroy its historic significance, not only on the state level, but on the city level as well. Now, some have suggested, have claimed that the city could demolish the 40% while keeping the remnant portion of the building called the monitor roofs area, but clearly stated in the city's own by the city's own historic consultant, Recon Consultants. They said something different. Okay, at the January 2023 HRB meeting, several HRB members asked staff whether if the remnant building, the monitor roof building, would be eligible for the California or even the local historic register. The answer that came back from Recon is absolutely no. To be compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards of historic structures, it requires that the materials from that period of significance be retained. Please review page 4 of the May 25th staff report and page 10 as well. Important for council to read attachment C as well, the May 25th HRB report, specifically page 91. Finally, I'd like to mention that the effort of individuals part of the people that I've known in Palo Alto, had to come forward to support the efforts to get the cannery on the city's own historic inventory. Don't you think it's a shame that it's not something that came from city staff or city officials, that it was citizens who had to stand up and say, these buildings deserve historic significance, okay? I urge you to consider this in your deliberations, how important this building is to the future of residents here in the city. Not only Chinese Americans, but all citizens, and learning about Thomas Foon Chu and the significance of canning in this area. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to speak on saving all 14 acres as residential. I want to look to you, Sobrato, right now to thank you for all your local philanthropic donations to such places as Life Moves and other local housing nonprofits. I hope some of this money does go to a local evicted grandmother and daughter and baby now on the streets of Palo Alto. Tonight appears to be about real estate, though, real estate and design for the very wealthy. When we need more cultural preservation and housing for the likes that Thomas Foon Chu provided for our low-wage working poor. Pretty nostalgic roof, monitor roofs, rehabs look really nice. These roofs were, although a vital life-saving mechanism for industrial line work, these roofs were necessary to release poisonous gases as such were released on the canning line. These were not an architectural element. Using these roofs to push your plan is somewhat of an insult to the important use for safer work environments in which Thomas Foon Chu provided. I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas Foon Chu actually innovated this style of roof. You should look into it, look into the history of monitor roofs. So I know, City Council, you do not own this 14 acres, but tonight and next week, you have the power to zone it. That is your job. So please, I would like this 14 acres to be saved as an entire whole piece, parcel and property. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Chang.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. For the past 40 plus some years, I've been promoting and trying to have people understand the Chinese culture within the community so that people can understand each other and not have misunderstanding and with these hate crimes and misunderstandings. So we're trying to get everybody together. And starting at the time when my daughters were at 3 years old, not 3 years old, third grade and kindergarten, I've been involved with a Chinese language school and subsequently become principal and then later a teacher of the Chinese culture. And now today I'm continuing that effort with promoting Chinese culture and understanding within the community. And I've gone beyond the immediate area, Palo Alto, the Mid Peninsula, San Jose, but we've gone to Southern California, and thanks to modern technology to the East Coast, Baltimore, Maryland, also to Hawaii in the West, and as far as London in UK. This has been brought to my attention, today's subject has been brought to my attention, and I find that you, City Council and Mayor, in a unique position in history, that you can do something really, really significant. Your decision today will make a substantial difference. So vote on your conscience. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Ng.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mary Yang. I'm here as a representative of SaveCantonese.org. We're being incorporated as a 501c3 by Koblenz Law Firm in San Francisco. A year and a half ago, I raised $1 million to fund a lecture position at Stanford University. I came here in 1985 to go to Stanford Business School. So I've been a voter and a resident 3 times in Palo Alto, but I'm really here to talk about the real story here. There's plenty of people that can represent the position of Save the Cannery, but I saw something else. I saw the story of the shadow economy and Palo Alto's first tech entrepreneur. Before Bill and Dave, worked at Hewlett Packard for 10 years. Before Elon Musk, he was the Henry Ford and the Marjorie Merriweather Post of his time. So let's look at a timeline. 200 years ago, an Ing male bought a ticket to get on some rickety boat to come to Spain. 12 flags have flown over California. Spain is when my ancestors came here. I'm 7th generation. It's a quirky thing of time. I'm 7th generation US. We all built this country, every one of us and our ancestors. But I'm the first to be born here. I'm the first to graduate from 7th grade in 7 generations. In the 1930s in Palo Alto, Chinese children could not go to the public schools, right? We all know about that stuff too. But basically, Jefferson and Adams were still alive when my ancestors came. And I've been thinking a lot about this as being the fundraiser for SaveCantonese.org. I really think that there's a few facts and timeline. 1894, that's the year Palo Alto was incorporated. 1914, Marjorie Weather Post becomes the CEO of General Foods. Why is that important? That was really the beginning of innovation in food preservation. She found the company General Foods, founded by her father, Jolly Green Giants, shelf-stable cereal. She's also the woman that built Mar-a-Lago, which I always like to tell people. She built it as her pleasure palace. It was her private home. So she builds Mar-a-Lago. 4 years later, 1918, Mr. Thomas Foon Chu founds this company, and he uses a standard venture capital model of the Chinese, Cantonese, tongs and 6 companies and all of that. So I bring that up because these Chinese syndicates were the venture capitalists of their day. He did not fund this by himself. He gathered other Chinese businessmen to start this business. So that's the shadow economy. Within 5 years, it's the 3rd largest company in the world, preserving and distributing the food of the agribusiness of California to people all around the world. And he's also the largest employer in Palo Alto. So way before Elon Musk, Henry Ford, and all these people, before Bill and Dave, you've got the man that became the #1 entrepreneur in Palo Alto.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
So I'm here to be a volunteer. I'd love to help on that story. I'm in support of housing, unlike maybe some others, but I am in support of something that works for the community and gets this story out.
Our next speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I think you ought to be aware of the fact that the cannery is really unique. It was the first major industrial building in Palo Alto. For almost 20 years, it was the major employer in Palo Alto. As many as 3,000 people worked there. It was also one of the very few structures built by an Asian and operated successfully by an Asian at a time when there's an awful lot of anti-Asian investment in this community and in the country. Building a few dozen additional apartments and tearing down a unique building would be a real blunder. And I hope you won't allow that. The building itself is unique. There are no other buildings like it in Palo Alto, and there never have been. We should be preserving our history, not destroying it. We can build housing, townhouses, all over the city. We don't have to put them in portion of this unique building. So I ask that you deny the request to demolish 84,000 square feet of the building. It should be retained and it should be recognized as a unique historical monument. Now, I'm very familiar with that building because when I was on the board of Cable Co-op, we had our offices and our studios there. And so I spent more than 10 years in that building. I'm very familiar with it. And it is a very functional, well-developed, well-designed building. It can be used for other things. You can retain the structure that's planned to be torn down and use it as an environmental area, as a, let's call it a place where people can congregate, or you can make it a community center. We can use the building, not destroy it. We can preserve the building. We should not destroy it. We should preserve our history, not destroy it.
Our next speaker is Fan Jiao.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm a resident of Bay Area for more than 30 years. And just in case, in recent 2 months, I attended 3 council meetings just because I was a former Palo Alto resident, a former Cupertino resident, and current resident of San Jose. So in every council meeting, I pay a lot of attention on the housing, as I keenly aware that the housing issues is the most difficult one facing Bay Area. 2 weeks ago, I attended Mayor Matt Mohan of San Jose's meeting, and San Jose's approach is quite unique because they depend on a lot as called quick build communities, which I think would cost $100K for each unit, and very fast to build and have a very high density compared with Palo Alto's approach. I think that's a most efficient way to solve the housing problem at this conjunction. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shi Zhang.
Dear Major and other council members, yeah, I'm the Palo Alto resident since 2015. It's not a long time, but I stand here and want to say something. Just because I occasionally get this mission, this evening we have this council meeting, but I still want to say something. Just very short, any place with historical significance need to protect and pass on by future generations. Not only because this place is the place where Chinese pioneers started their business and create some new things for the Bay Area. But also, whatever it's Chinese, I think whatever maybe, but also Japanese or Korean or German or Spanish, whatever who's create some new things in this place, we all need to protect because it's historic. And I think we need to preserve this location, not only for the historic, also because they have a lot of memories and stories. need to pass on the future. And another thing, in a lot of Chinese mind, maybe the canned food is very good for the represent very good food for America. Yeah, that's a good quality. Whatever in the war period, that's very good quality, good food. Why need change the location and building the house? Because house is everywhere, can build up. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Holman.
With glasses or without. Good evening. And I would say it's a privilege to be before you, but not on this occasion. I'm not happy to be here for this purpose. Generally, the concerns about the project are that it destroys a major and rare historical resource important to our cultural, business, Silicon Valley, and entrepreneurial legacies, and that of Valley of the Heart's Delight. It's largely inconsistent with the NVCAP goals, due in part to the increase in office and small community benefits. It offers little housing, 74 market rate townhomes, if built, and affordable housing that will be created in an unknown timeframe, if at all, with unidentified funding of, in today's dollars, between $60 and $80 million. The FEIR does not respond to critical questions asked. The council is required to certify the EIR and make a statement of overriding considerations, a statement that relies on the aforementioned housing that may not ever be built. Now, I ask you, that's a really critical central question. How can that be done? And it was negotiated behind closed doors, including economic considerations and site planning and the development agreement, without benefit of the public, boards and commissions advice. And it's only a 10-year development agreement, leaving open in short order the future of the site and uncertainty for neighboring community. What's proposed to the cannery building is, as you heard, a 40% demolition and the loss of California Register status. And to focus on the word resource, I ask you all to consider what we want and ought to do with any of our resources. Is it to demolish, obliterate, remove, disregard, pollute? But yet here we are. The noted architect Louise Huxtable said, "It is not the landmarks that the culture builds. We will probably be judged by not by the monuments we build, but by those we have destroyed." I suggest to you that this building and site is a monument to the accomplishments of Thomas Hoon Chu, who's also written about in the book Bay Area Visionaries. The FAIR is filled with conflicting conclusions and statements. I won't go through all of them, of course, but adaptive reuse of the cannery building in response 3.8, of course, not every possible alternative can be considered, but a feasible one must be evaluated. You heard earlier how instead of the 75 or 91 units that are being proposed by the applicant, the cannery building is burdened with 281 housing units. 281. To me, that's not an alternative. That's a different project. That is really, to me, a different project. Numerous times at the NVCAP meetings, there were requests for the city to conduct a feasibility study, presumably independent, for reuse of the building. There's no evidence known to me or anyone that I've spoken to that this ever occurred. Plaques and such are not, while good things to do, they are not mitigations. Once an historic resource, a cultural resource is gone, it is gone forever. How does other cities make use of their industrial buildings without destroying them? There are numerous creative examples for a variety of uses all over the Bay Area and beyond. And also, it's been known for, 3 years or so that this building is eligible, and it's usually the property, but we'll talk about the building, is eligible for the California Register. If it was listed, it would be eligible to use the State Historic Building Code, which has alternative ways to deal with many safety, energy, and health concerns. Consider this building was, after all, R&D for decades. It was 80,000 square feet of Fry's previously, and now what's proposed is, I think it's 2,600 square feet of retail. The project objectives: cohesive development that respects the historic uses at the site, but it does not. It demolishes the history on the site, contributes to the concept of complete neighborhood is another one of the goals. But this proposal does not. It is predominantly R&D office. The building is a rare surviving example of Palo Alto's and Santa Clara County's agricultural past. That's from Page and Turnbull's Historic Resource Evaluation, or HRE. The response, though, when I happened to ask the question about would it be a regional cumulative impact, the response that came back I found a little stunning. In quotes, the proposed project would not contribute to cumulative impacts on cultural resources outside of the project site. Valley of Heart's Delight is not a designated historic district, and the project area is not within the historic district. Overall, the project involves impacts. Although the project involves impacts to individual historic resources, there would be no significant cumulative impacts to similar historic resources in the region. Put that in front of Page and Turnbull and see what kind of response you get back to that. It's, of course, Valley of Heart's Delight is not a historic district. I refer to Terry Holzheimer's comments about the remnant building, as I refer to it. There are many questions that remain about what the result is going to be, about what's going to be left. In other words, the remnant building. Truly, with all due respect, I think it is that there's a wishful thinking that a remnant building is going to be historic and there's something there to save. There's nothing to save. There will be nothing to save. There are buildings going to be in front of it. Affordable housing is going to be in front of it. There's a street in front of it. I can go on and on. The proximity to the townhomes, that's also an area, it's called area of potential effect. All of those have an impact on an historic resource, should this actually be a remaining historic resource, which we know, again, hearing from Terry, it is not. And the DEIR actually says there's no reason to study what these impacts might have on the building because the historic integrity is gone. So when we're talking about a covenant to preserve what's left of the historic remnant building, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. And at the HRB meeting, it was stated by the applicant that they're not going to restore and repair existing materials. They're going to replace in kind. So it's essentially going to be, I took that to be, it's essentially going to be a new building. So the standard is to restore and repair, not replace in kind. That's the last option that you take. So all of this means is that what you're looking at is a total demolition. A total demolition, and I did verify that with a planner from another community. It's a total demolition. You're not looking at a demolition of 40% of the building that eliminates the historic capability of the building or status of the building. You're looking at a total demolition. There's nothing left that's historic. The view of the of the structural system, it's through a skylight, maybe a larger skylight in the ceiling. I look at that as like, it's like viewing the world through a hole in the fence. The PC zoning response. All these parcels are going to be zoned PCs. Again, the development agreement is only for 10 years. So what does this bode for the future? What are the parameters that are going to be in place for these PC districts, you know, for future ARB, future planning commission, future council members? It's hard to imagine what the future is going to bode here for the community. 3201 and 3225 Ash Street are category 1 on the inventory, but not proposed to be added to the California Register. Why not? We talk a lot about displacement these days, and for good reason. We want to make sure we are not displacing people or peoples who have long been someplace for the sake of adding more and new opportunities. I suggest to you that we are displacing our culture, our legacies, our important histories as a community, and beyond when we erase the past, the very significant past that exists on this site. What is before you is an opportunity to take a stand by standing for a man who cannot stand for himself, but who leaves a legacy that is in your hands. It would be not only a shame, but I would say shameful to destroy the physical evidence of his life and works. What is before you is an opportunity to take a stand for transparency and a future that actually delivers housing. What is before you is an opportunity to assure the public is getting a fair deal, aligning largely with the NVCAP and all the work that went into that effort. We're all volunteers here in this room, and we believe that there is a better way to accomplish the goals of the development agreement while also respecting history by giving it its rightful place in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Backlund.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Koo, and he was here just a moment ago, Mr. Vice Mayor Stone and council members. Some of you may know me for 14 years, from 2000 to my retirement. In 2014, I was the city's historic preservation planner, working out of the planning department. And so when I read the historic documents, I pretty quickly understood what was going on there. And in the Page and Turnbull report, that established the historic importance of this property and noted some of the character defining features. In the other reports, the final EIR, the section that is by Rincon Consultants, is very important because Rincon gives a lot of details on how this cannery building should be treated under the Secretary's standards. I also note that Sobrato's own historic consultant had the same conclusion as the other two reports, which is that the demolition of 40% of the building does not comply with the Secretary's standards and should not be allowed. That was the opinion. And I do accept that. I think that is the case. And so just a couple of points in the minute that I have left. What I would like to see is that the original part of the building, the 1918 section with the monitor roofs, that careful work under the standards be done to restore the fenestration of that 1918 structure very close to how it was originally built, according to the 1940 photo that we have. And also the link of this building to the Chinese heritage. In the comments tonight, I feel that this project in a unique way has become part of many people's personal lives. And the Chinese heritage, I would like to see honored with a plaque in front of the 1918 section that would detail the Chinese heritage behind the cannery building. Preferably a plaque that might be placed on a boulder like the Hewlett-Packard garage, because that attracts more attention and readers for the plaque. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carmen Tam.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm reading this letter on behalf of John Kenya. I'm a fifth generation Palo Alto. I have commitment on this matter before in a much longer statement a few years back. This time I will keep my statement as brief and to the point as I can. 4 years ago, the city received the historic resources evaluation, which determined that the old Bayside Cannery building meet the criteria to be on the California register historic resource and the building overall is intact, which nearly all of its original feature and structure present. The building has known in the HRE is a rare surviving example of an industry that is throve in the Valley of the Heart, the line, which is what this area was known as before it became a Silicon Valley. And more importantly, the drift right here is in our town. As another will undoubtedly point out that this old cannery is symbolically and historically important to the Chinese American community is undeniable that I hope that we no longer turn blind eyes to it. It deserves of our full recognition. At this point, having a vision for what is building could be in the future is almost as important as what it has been in the past. I believe we should dream back big and be bold. I suggest that what I have come to believe would be the best use of this building. This vision is different from what I have been heard our suggest. And so far, I hope this will be seriously considered. I would easily see this massive, beautiful early 20th century industrial building transform into the artist, culinary, and culture and center for the community. Many cities has repurposed similar historic building site into the vibrant and the prospective hub for the culture and art. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do this in Palo Alto. This exciting project would be called Mayfield Cannery, Palo Alto Cannery, or simply Cannery. It could include live workspace for artists and craftsmen, numerous art gallery, and a museum, Stanford Central Museum or larger museum, a restaurant, cafe, brewery, conventional room or classroom or variation on this theme. I think they could be beautiful and exciting place for the community to enjoy outdoor. Festival could be held with music and vendor. The proximity to the railroad station would draw tourists down from San Francisco and up from San Jose, give them another.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
And other than Stanford University, this wonderful historic contribution to the Chinese American in the early day of Palo Alto and Mayfield could be inserted and commemorate and celebrate throughout the.
Ms. Tam?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tam, could you tell me who is the gentleman who wrote the letter? You're reading on behalf?
Yeah, John Kenyon, Kinyon, Kinyon.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara Hing.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Hing, and I am here to point out the important points that Kenneth Hong wrote in his letter that was emailed to all of you here and more. And I would like to emphasize his important points, and I'm going to read it. He said that I am writing to you in support of preserving the Thomas Fo Chu Cannery and adding it to the California Register of Historical Buildings. He said that my family have long time residents going back to the late 1800s, before Thomas Fo Chu built the cannery in 1918. My great-grandfather and grandfather lived and worked in Palo Alto. My grandfather was a graduate of both Palo Alto High School and Stanford University. I have many uncles and cousins who grew up and live in Palo Alto as well. I grew up in the peninsula in San Mateo. Remembering Thomas Fo Chu and the early Asian American pioneers in Palo Alto is important. The cannery is significant not only for my family, but for all current and future residents of Palo Alto and California. As former Mayor Karen Holman said, it is very important to have a physical historical site that everyone can visit. People will deepen their understanding of history in significant not only for my family, but for all the current and future people, residents of Palo Alto and California. So tonight, I am asking that you do reconsider the cannery as a fitting monument to the struggles and triumphs of Palo Alto's early Asian American pioneers. Please vote in favor of preserving the cannery and adding it to California Registry of Historical Buildings. Best regards, signed by Kenneth Hong. So I am urging that we do that as well, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Hing.
Madam Mayor Koo, members of Palo Alto City Councils, good evening. My name is Ray Hing. I'm here on behalf of Kani Yong Yu, who wrote to you in regard of the safe Bayside Cannery Factory building. Let me read what she wrote to you. The Bayside Cannery building must not be demolished, and its significant legacy erased from the city of Palo Alto. Thomas Fung Chu was a great industrialist and humanitarian of his time, whose struggles and achievement during the Chinese exclusion law must be brought forth. This is American history and the city of Palo Alto. By saving this factory building, we'll have proof of inspiring multicultural past and future generation to come. As a Chinese American historian, third generation California, and author of Chinatown, San Jose, USA, I feel this building physical evidence important to community of Palo Alto and beyond. I was a member of the committee that saved the detention barracks of Angel Island from demolition. I have consulted on the archaeology excavation of two Chinatown in San Jose and a Chinese railroad worker camp in Sierra. Physical evidence is critical to learning the truth about the past. Once it's destroyed, it's gone forever. So I urge you, please save and preserve Bayside Cannery on Portage Road. It is an opportunity of discovering the past right here in Palo Alto, and great possibility for the future. Sincerely, Kani Yong Yu. Now, let me tell you about my feeling. Okay, We came to we moved to Palo Alto from Solon, Ohio, about 10 years ago, maybe about this month in September, 10 years ago. Although we moved to San Jose about 4 years ago, our hearts, my wife Barbara and I, heart still with Palo Alto. We supported Palo Alto rebuilding the museum. We supported Palo Alto Library. We supported Palo Alto education. My wife was a teacher of 38 years in Cleveland, Ohio. So I'm 100% in agreement with Connie. I do urge you
Your time is
consider
up.
this
Thank you for your
seriously.
comments.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Monica Yuen Arima.
Good evening. I'm Shorty. Good evening, Mayor and council members, city manager and staff. I'm Monica Young Arima. I live in 1052 Bryant Street in Professorville. We rebuilt our historic home 25 years ago. And I volunteer a lot in the community, for the Chinese community, for Stanford History Department, for the Chinese Railroad History Project, for the Green Library, for Stanford FSI, SPICE program for multi-ethnic education curriculum for K to 12. And Cal, I'm a Cal, volunteer for the Cal Library as well. Through digitization and other things, many other things. The Bayside Cannery is a way to remember Thomas Foon Chu and the early Asian American pioneers in Palo Alto or Mayfield. It is important to preserve history so they are not forgotten. A historic building in its original stage like this is really a rare find, surviving examples in the Bay Area. People can visit and will deepen their understanding and appreciation of history. There's not too many Asian historic sites left behind, besides the Angel Island Immigration Station Barracks, which I helped 40 years ago in terms of preserving that. And it's nice to see that today is still around, that, generation to come will be able to see that and all the historic remnants that they have developed over the time period that they have. Many old Chinatowns were either destroyed by fire or people were driven away in the past. So this is really a golden opportunity to be able to preserve this site for future generations. All three consulting firms stated that changes that was done by the developers, like the 40% demolitions, as well as the front-facing facade changes, would destroy the historic element of the building. So it really, the building after that will not be qualified to be a California registrar. So I strongly recommend it not to do that. There's many alternative ways that, suggested by John Kinnan.
Your time is up. Thank you for your
Okay,
comments.
all right, thank you. And I really strongly recommended that not to destroy the historic building, but preserve that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christy Lee.
Hi, test. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, council members. First of all, thank you to the experts in architecture and historic preservation that have already presented their typologies of the cannery's future, and especially to the earlier commenters who imagine alternatives for adding more affordable housing in our city while also saving the cannery's unique facets. The Bayside Cannery must be preserved for future generations in Palo Alto and included in the city's historic inventory list. My name is Christine. I'm calling in tonight as a former Palo Alto resident and PAUSD grad with a personal story involving the cannery. While a student at Pali, I had the privilege of interning with the Palo Alto Historic Association, PAHA, in 2015 to catalog and preserve Chinese and Japanese American history in Palo Alto. This opportunity was provided by a grant funded by the city, and here I'll share a quick thank you, very belated thank you to the city for funding that project. One of the most pivotal moments of my time with PAHA involved walking through the cannery, which then was still home to a Fry's Electronics, and I remember seeing the high ceilings and windows, the beams and planks, and just sort of feeling the physical building reflect Palo Alto's history as not only a landing ground for Asian Americans, but also a reminder of our city's industrial and agricultural past. And I felt sort of these Palo Alto roots as a mythology woven from generations of farmers, merchants, and even deadheads reaching out to my 16-year-old self. And I credit these experiences formed in the cannery to have led me to my current career as an urban planner in San Francisco. And since then, Palo Alto's Asian American population has only increased since 2015. And as the predominant industry continues to shift from canneries and farms to high technology, its current residents deserve to see our city's Asian American agricultural history grounded in physical structure. I think to build market rate and even more imperative, affordable housing is important, but we must remember not to buy into this false binary. And there are ways to ensure that the cannery's interior remains accessible for all Palo Altans and preserving the full integrity of the historical facade while also advocating for affordable housing and mixed-use developments. And I think especially as Palo Alto embarks on the developments of its long-awaited own history museum, there's really no better time to embrace the cannery's full historic potential than there is now. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Brenda He Wong.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ko and City Council members. My name is Brenda He Wong, and I am a board member of the Chinese Historical and Cultural Project, also known as CHCP. And I chair its Student Docent Cultural Ambassador Program. I speak tonight to advocate for the youth of the community. In CHCP's 35-year history, we have worked diligently to preserve, educate, and promote Chinese and Chinese American history and culture through outreach activities that allow interaction with original or replicated artifacts of historical or cultural significance. People appreciate, understand, and learn more when an object is in front of them. Such is the same with youth, since history always seems so remote from their everyday life. If not able to be seen or heard from a direct source, their attention and awareness is lost. But think, being able to walk into the Bayside Cannery, see and hear stories about hardship, persistence, and success will stimulate them to become more sensitive to a time when discrimination and racism occurred. And yet, with utilization of one's intellect and creativity, struggles can bring success and a better life. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on saving the historic Bay Cannery.
Our next speaker is Tom Chu.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I am Thomas William Chu, grandson of Thomas Foon Chu, the founder of Bayside Cannery. Concerning the fate of my grandfather's cannery site, to my knowledge, the permits to construct townhouses have already been pulled, and demolishing 40% of the building will render it ineligible for historic registration. So with these two items, it appears the building is compromised. Should that be true, then I request that artifacts from the building, be it timber, bricks, etc., be preserved for placement into the future Palo Alto History Museum on Homer Avenue. My cousin, Gloria Hom, has been working with a City Hall committee to support this museum, so please endorse its creation and the inclusion and remembrance of my grandfather's Bayside Cannery. Thank you for your time. Thomas Chu.
Our next speaker is Eugene Lockhart.
Hello, Council. My name is Eugen Lockhart. I've been a resident on Olive Avenue for 45 years now. And my father was there a few years before that, and a Palo Alto resident longer before that. So we've been around. That said, we've had a lot of great commentary here tonight, a lot of good sentiments regarding saving the cannery, all the great history of this great man that did all this stuff. From a direct neighbor standpoint, it's good that it was brought to our attention of all this great history. I love history. I collect vintage cast iron things. It's a big part of my life. But that said, growing up, this has been just a fairly large defunct eyesore of a building. And we've always kind of had a vision of this is a huge lot of land. It could have been something very great with a lot more interaction with the public. But, from that regard, we do respect and appreciate that what Sobrato's been offering is to preserve, in my opinion, the cute part of it, the good looking part of it. And when you look at the historical building, I can see it right here on the screen, it's got some charm. And the part of the 40% that's being requested to save it's a giant brick, and it was mostly run by Babbitt Baring. We don't have any data of when and who built what. I think it would be appropriate with a little more research or archaeology to figure out, are we trying to preserve Babbitt Baring's portion or actually the parts we're all trying to fight for here? And also this 40% rule with all the attorneys in Palo Alto, I can't figure out how this is such a hard and fast thing that, if we find an archaeology piece of a fossil, it might be missing 90% of it, but it's still a fossil. I don't understand how this chopping up the fairly blocky and unimportant portion of this building rather than saving and preserving the artful and the true core and heart of this building. I've got to believe that with a little bit more effort from, I don't even know who's responsible for finding this effort, but it seems like a good compromise could be made. That said, it's if this project is going to go through, as a neighbor of this area, I think it's a fairly reasonable compromise, saving the building and putting the townhomes. We're just in a general, I'll back up a little bit. Sorry for being a little scatterbrained. We're being inundated by lots of these moderate size, high density constructions. We've got the Charities housing development on El Camino. We've got Dividend right behind my property. We've got this project. The Verizon stores just proposed something. The fish market over there has got a huge project proposed. I'd like to, one last thing is Palo Alto Square had a movie theater that's now been closed. They think they had a requirement to keep it and they did a bad job of managing it. And so they've chosen to close it. If we could fight at least to get that back somehow, that would be nice. Thank you for listening to me. Take care.
Our next speaker is Wanda Ching.
There you go. Dear Mayor and council members, the historic Bayside Cannery Building was built in 1918 and it must not be demolished. The Thomas Fun Chu, the first generation immigrant, was smart and worked so hard and saved money and opened factories in El Viso, Palo Alto, and other cities in the Bay Area. Chu was one of the largest employers in the Santa Clara Valley, as you've already heard. Chu's business became the third largest cannery operation in the world, behind Del Monte and Libby. He was a critical player in California's agriculture and canning industries and revolutionized asparagus canning technology. Canned goods were so important to the housewives in the turn of the century and even today in 2023. He was a humanitarian and an exceptional businessman who achieved so much in spite of extreme difficulties dealing with racial discrimination, bigotry, towards all Chinese Americans before and since the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which was repealed only in 1943. Acknowledgement of Chinese Americans for their contributions, accomplishments in building the railroads, involvement in agriculture, in fishing, the canning industries, and technology should be recognized as intertwined in the development of California and America. It's unfortunate that Chu died of pneumonia at the age of 41. As a testament of the respect that he received and his kindness, more than 25,000 people in San Francisco Chinatown attended his funeral. Educator Terry Holzmer said, quote, "Understanding Thomas Fun Chu is very important, and unfortunately, history has all but forgotten him. He should be recognized for what he has accomplished in an environment of imaginable racial prejudice and discrimination. We tend to forget this important point. If our next generation forgets where they came from, it will be a great loss to the whole society." Karen Holman, the former mayor of Palo Alto, said, "It's very important to have a physical historical site that everyone can visit. People will deepen their understanding of history and because of the real experience of the physical site. Thomas Fun Chu's legacy is amazingly true. It's a rags to riches story that happened here, right in Palo Alto."
Your time is up. Thank you for your
Most people need to know him, have this inspirational person, the Bayside Cannery and his legacy. Please do not demolish the Bayside Cannery. We cannot allow the significant legacy to be erased from Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Matt Bryant.
Hello, Mayor Koo and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm a local resident. I live on the Sunnyside Tract in Mayfield. I learned the name because this is the original HP housing for the original HP factory site that stands just about 2 blocks from the site that we're speaking of tonight regarding the Chu factory, or cannery, excuse me. And the reason why I bring that up is when I moved here 4 years ago, I wanted to know more about my community. I wanted to know where it came from. So I respect the comments that have been made by many of the others with regards to preserving certain things about the cannery building, and particularly the comments by Mr. Backlund talking about creating a plaque or some sort of a monument where we can forever remember these things. Just as I've had to learn and remember, why all the houses look the same on Pepper Avenue. It's because they were the original homes of the HP workers at the factory at the end of my block. But what I really want to get to is similar to what Mr. Lockhart just brought up, and that is the Ventura community and the large number of housing and commercial zoning that's been going on in our area. My family and I, we walk our dog around the cannery almost daily. People think that we're casing the place like we're thieves. We're there so much. And next door to it, I know you're going to be creating a park, but Bulware Park is currently undergoing restoration. And it would be great if we could begin to tie together more green space, more parks, so we can actually welcome more families and community members into this area. Right now, we're landlocked by El Camino on one side, the train tracks on the other side. We really need to talk more about access to parks, preserving areas where these families can go and live and really thrive among our community. I see the bike lane going from Park Boulevard to El Camino, but what we really need is key pedestrian and bike access from this new community area to the train station that's well marked. as well as just greater access on El Camino for bicycling, for alternate routes of transportation, for our kids to get to their schools every day. So rather than focusing so much on commercial zoning and high density housing, we really need to focus on how we're going to live better in our community if we are going to bring these higher density housing into our area. Thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thanks to everybody who came tonight and also by Zoom for your public testimony. A lot of great history, and I appreciate all of that. So now we go back to, I guess, council, if there's any questions, or shall we go to the applicant for comments on the public comments?
Yeah, they have 3 minutes to offer some responses.
So would you like to do that, Ms. No? Yeah, so they've declined. Thank you. We'll come back. I'm sorry.
Just to recap the sequence here, I think we wanted to close this evening with any further questions that council members had that you would want to advise staff of in preparation for your deliberations next week.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. So coming back to council, is there any additional information or questions that you would like to provide to staff for them to come back with? I would actually like to request for a link for that Page and Turnbull Historic Resource Evaluation for 340 Portage Avenue to be sent to the council members. And
there's a link in the staff report.
Is it in the staff report?
It's in the staff report, but we can also, there's a link in the staff report, but I can also send it.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. I was looking for it all over, but all right. I think I've already given some instructions in terms of a TDM. Oh, I wanted to find out about the financial analysis report, the Keister Marston. So is there any way that we might be able to include that? For the public to analyze as well?
So there was an economic analysis that was prepared during the ad hoc discussions between the city and the Sobrato organization. We've summarized the results of that study in the staff report and provided some additional information in the public at the Planning and Transportation Commission when asked for some information pertaining to that document. We have not shared the analysis that we've prepared. It was only used by the council members and city team in the early parts of the negotiation. And that's the extent of its use. However, it's up to the city council. This is a document that was prepared, and the city council could vote to decide to disclose that analysis. There may be some, the council may want to think through, I guess, the pros and cons of doing that relative to the negotiation. But I'll leave it at that and ask the city attorney if there's anything further.
I don't have anything further to add. So this is a decision for council. Council would make as a majority.
In that case, then I would like to move that we release that analysis, that financial analysis And I'll speak to why if I get a second. And if I don't get a second, I'll just speak to why.
Second.
Thank you. So there's a lot of, transparency issues here. And I think that we heard from the public. Even when PTC was discussing this, they had very little information. I understand that they got an email around 3 o'clock in the afternoon for this. So, with a lot of this discussion taking place in a closed session or behind closed doors, at this point, I think that we need to include the public in these kind of discussions. This has a big impact on our community, and I don't think we need to go forward without transparency. It benefits everybody, I believe. Councilmember Lythcott-Hames?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, so Director Late, you seem to be intimating that there were reasons why that might be in some way detrimental to negotiations that have gone on or are ongoing. I'm not, it goes back a while in time, and so if the council was familiar with that at the time, I'm not recalling what that was all about.
Yeah, no, nothing that I can think of that would be, it's just in the course of the early negotiations and trying to figure out the things that the city was interested in and trying to estimate the costs to the Soprado organization. Again, I just think it's information that we had that will now be shared with the developer. And so that's fine. We don't have their numbers, but then they would have our numbers. And not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I just want you to be thoughtful about that.
Okay, I guess I would say that they have their numbers as well, whatever those may be. But we long ago had the ad hoc committee work through better part of a year in a negotiation and have come up with an agreement that council endorsed long ago now. So I don't envision release of this in some way reopening negotiations in some ways. So I think I'm good with supporting the motion.
Council members, I'm also advised, I personally have not reviewed this material, but staff members have and the ad hoc did. It wasn't prepared as a polished report to be publicly released. So there should just be an expectation that it doesn't look like a document. It might be difficult to interpret and be used by the public, and to release it by next week, there wouldn't be any further work done on it. So just to let folks know.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes, since I wasn't here, I'd like to ask one of the members of the ad hoc committee, Mayor, sort of what the content is here. What is the relevance for the state that we're at right now in the negotiations? That would be my question. But it's just a historical document of interest. But as Councilmember Burt said, it's not going to change the negotiations. So I'm just wondering what the relevance is of releasing it now.
Thank you for asking. It's mostly transparency. There's a lot of questions from the general public about this report and also making the decision and understanding what we did and what the ad hoc committee did, what the council did in closed session. So I think that with this release on our part is at least showing good faith to our community that we're not, we're providing all the materials that they need to see where we're coming from.
Okay, thanks. Glad I asked.
Could I add, Mayor,
just
to that thought? The reason I seconded it is that I feel that it's going to offer the public transparency as to why the ad hoc decided that this was something to move forward with, what's in it for the city, what are the sort of dollars and cents elements of this project that end up benefiting the city versus costing the city. It's the kind of numerical equation.
behind all of these schematics. I think that's what comes forth in the document, as I understand it.
Also, Councilmember Lithcott Hames, this was also disclosed to the whole council in closed session, again, in closed session. City Manager.
Yes, just one additional consideration for the council would be that with that, should the council proceed with releasing that information and also acknowledging city attorney's comment that it is somewhat cryptic, that council may want to consider a reopening public comment once that information is available.
Councilmember Burt.
So council considering reopening public comment is different from whether there is some legal obligation to do so. So maybe the city attorney could weigh in on that.
We don't believe there's a legal obligation. It's a practical question as to whether council wants to reopen comment on that, on that narrow issue.
So just on the narrow issue, we can open comments.
You provided an opportunity tonight to comment on all this extensive material, and there certainly is no obligation to reopen for additional comment on this material. But if you provide some additional new material, presumably with the intention that the public would see it and be able to react to it, then as a practical matter, you can think that through, but it is your discretion whether to reopen comment on that issue.
I would also like council for input on reopening on a narrow path for just the financial analysis when it's released. Councilmember Lithcott Hames, because you seconded it.
Thank you. And I just pushed my little switch. I think to the goal of transparency, I think we do want this to be a two-way conversation. So if we are providing information that we want the public to have, it seems only reasonable that we would allow comment on it.
All right, so do we need to add this to the motion? No, okay. We'll just open it for, we don't need to add it to a motion. We'll just open it for public comments in a narrow manner. Okay, if there's no more comments, then we can take the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes,
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries.
thank you. One more question. I understand that there was an application that was filed to HRB to revisit the historical significance or something to that effect. That's going to come after this decision. I don't know how it works, you know, if we're gonna decide on this next week, if a decision is made, then what is HRB gonna do? I mean, what can they do?
Right. Well, that's a fair question. So an application was filed by a community member for local designation of the cannery building. And our code provides that it goes to the Historic Resources Board within a certain period of time. So we're preparing those reports and we'll send it, I think it's on the 18th. But you're right, if the council takes action on the 12th, that would sort of set the course for what might happen with this property, and the relevance of that application, I guess, is will have to be considered in that light. I'll note that the HRB has had 2 or 3 meetings on the matter, and it's fairly up to speed on the historical status of the building. Assistant City Attorney Yang, any further comment on that?
Yeah, I guess I would just add that
the application is to add the the building to our local register, and it's our belief that that can be done, even if this project is approved. And conversely, even if this building were already on our local register, it would not necessarily impact how this project is considered, because of the nature of our historic preservation code. HRB recommendations on locally listed resources are voluntary for the property owner outside of the downtown area.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Well, that helps me understand the process, since the dates are, since this is going to be decided after the 12th. Okay. I don't see any more lights. So is there anything from staff? Okay.
Just confirming that this item will be brought back to the council for consideration on Tuesday, September 12th, scheduled at 8 p.m.
All right. Since there's no more, then we're adjourned. Thank you.